we'll get started. And what I wanted to do, just to kind of start us on the right foot, even though we're a little bit shorthanded, but we can do it anyway. Turn to page 1 in House Bill 1, please. Page 1.
You
Oh.
can see, I can look over your shoulder.
You see it? Oh, you got it. Okay. All right. So what you can see on page 1 of House Bill 1. Page 1. Okay. Are we there?
Yep.
Okay. So this is the legislative branch, and in particular, it's the Senate. And if you look, for 2024, they actually spent $2,928,863, but they are budgeted for these 2 years of $3,548,000, right? So roughly something over, what is this, 580,000 more? Is that right?
A lot more.
Yeah.
What about us?
Actually, sorry, it's 600,000 more. Right, 620,000 more.
And
Yeah.
we're level.
Yeah, we'll get to the House. Oh, the
I'm
House.
just curious what.
Right. So the House, well, the House is sort of 600,000 more, but on a bigger number, right?
Right.
Right. Okay. And maybe we'll cut them later. But I just thought, kind of as our first thing, and to try to get us heading on the right step, that I would propose a $500,000 per year cut to this particular page. So there would still be 120 more than they actually spent in 2024.
Do you have any,
Yes, Representative Ebel.
thank you. Do you have any idea what that is for? The additional that they have here?
Yes, you can see it's in the personnel
Oh, wait,
line.
okay, sorry.
Right.
I didn't track back up. I'll admit I hadn't studied this page.
Right. So it's all in. Well, it's not kind of all, but it's mostly in personnel. Right?
Representative McGuire.
Yes,
Nancy Victor.
Melissa.
In order to make the cuts, we need to know line items and where you would like to cut. So although you say $500,000, we would need to know if you want that as a percentage for each class item or how you want to divvy that up.
Well, it's going to be personnel and benefits, right? So, so I guess we'd want the personnel to be level with this 1825, right? And then the benefits would kind of come along.
Number
One.
one. This chair starts at the beginning.
Yeah, and we could also, I mean, there's also in-state travel, right? That could be lower. And out-of-state travel, that could be lower. Anyways, so I guess maybe we can ask you to come up with a plan that would make it 500,000 lower, roughly. Does that work?
Yeah, as long as you give us direction. So if you're giving us direction for those,
Yeah, so
Class
the lines would be
items.
class 16, class 60, class 70 and 80. Right. Yeah.
so
Okay.
we can spread that out and then we'll have a spreadsheet for you, which will be part of keeping track of HB1. And then when it's all allocated out,
Right.
then we can do a vote.
Right. Because it looks to me like the 2.156 million is just copied from fiscal year 2025 authorized. It's not the actual employees that are there in the 1.8 million. Right?
So I think this goes to a couple of things we were emailing about with the difference in cost. You have the employee raise factored into that. You have positions are very fluid, so in the sense that there could have been some vacant positions in fiscal year 24 that are now filled in fiscal year 25. So maybe at this point, the Senate assumed that they were at full capacity with positions, so they're funding now at the level of what they have for 25. What we don't know in these numbers is how much is unfunded, or how much is unfunded vacant positions and how much is filled positions. So that 500,000 could
Right.
potentially be positions or.
Let me put it this way. That column that says fiscal year of 2025 adjusted authorized, that was created 2 years ago. Correct?
No.
No?
So this is a point in time that this, I don't know the exact date, I could get that of when the adjusted authorized, but that is a closer reflection of a point in time of what 25 looked like and how they would close. It was not what was created. If it was what was created 2 years ago, it would have been the budgeted number from 2 years ago. But instead, this adjusted authorized means any carry forwards from 24 of dollars that were unspent, any fiscal items that were approved,
Oh, I
any
see.
HB2 items that hit 25 but didn't hit 24,
Gotcha.
any appropriations. And
So
what
this
they
is,
have
this is a
spent
more
so-
accurate thing of what they think is going to end
Yes.
this year
Yes,
with the current employees, et cetera.
correct, because it's a point in time. The
I
closest
see.
point in time in the budget that they actually had.
Gotcha. All right.
So
So my idea is not good.
I have a question.
Yes.
Are these numbers all general funds, or is that all funds together?
These are all general funds. Yeah,
Okay.
the Senate is all general funds.
I see. So you're thinking, all right. So, all right, fine. I did have a reason, by the way, because the Senate, every one of them has staff. And in the old days, when we had joint committees chaired by a senator, their staff would provide services for the committee. But they have since changed their procedures so that even when they're chairing a joint committee, they no longer provide staff for that committee. All right? So they don't need as much staff as they used to. So anyways, all right, we will skip this and we will move on to retirement.
It was a good exercise.
Well, yeah. Yes. Welcome. All right. So you are on page 155 or 154. One 155. Here we go. Okay. So is there any kind of presentation you want to give us? Because very briefly, because I just wrote questions based on what I'm seeing in the book here. So,
Yes, we handed out a presentation, I believe.
yeah, but this is similar to what we had before, right?
There are budget schedules in there, and there are some highlights which kind of may repeat some of the things we said before, but there are some budget schedules in there as well.
Okay. All right, well, why don't you give us, like 5 minutes of highlights of things that have changed from what you've talked about before.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a pleasure to be before you and your committee again. My name is Jan Goodwin, and I am the Executive Director of the New Hampshire Retirement System. Here with me today is Marie Mullen, our Director of Finance. In the audience is Diana Crichton from our legal staff. Our mission is to provide secure retirement benefits and superior service. For those who have seen NHRS's presentation before, the message is the same. While we still have some challenges in front of us, we are pleased with the positive funding progress we have made and the operational improvements which have been implemented over the past several years. The NHRS board and staff are committed to promoting the sustainability and stability of the retirement system. Consistent with our prior presentations, we have two handouts: a budget overview with highlights, initiatives, strategic challenges, and a high-level budget outline, and a copy of our strategic planning document, which will speak to our goals. The NHRS statutory administrative budget, which does not include any funding from the general fund, encompasses all internal, non-investment related administration costs, including projected IT costs at full value. Our statutory administrative operating budget for FY25 is $13.6 million, and our budgets for fiscal years 26 and 27 are $19.3 million and $19.5 million respectively, based on fully staffing all board authorized positions. These amounts do not include general funds recommended by the governor to cover Group 2 benefit changes. NHRS's budget was created as part of a 3-year strategic plan to address deferred initiatives in areas put on hold over the past 5 years due to the focus on the major upgrade to our 20-year-old pension administration software. The increase is primarily driven by IT upgrades, modernization projects, and salaries and benefits to support new staff positions aligned with the strategic plan. As you probably know, the New Hampshire Retirement System is not an executive branch agency, but is a statutorily created pension trust. Although its expenses flow through the state, those costs are reimbursed from the retirement trust, which is in turn funded by contributions from employers and members and investment returns. The budget is before you today has been fully vetted and adopted by our Board of Trustees, who are responsible for approving a budget which is appropriate for the system. Before I go into greater detail on the operations of the retirement system, I would like to share these key facts. NHRS provides a modest pension benefit. These benefits help support the New Hampshire economy, and there's a plan in place to pay down the unfunded liability. And the trustees continue to strengthen the plan by adopting revised actuarial assumptions recommended by our actuaries. And so at this point, I will turn to our budget document, which you have before you. Just a few highlights that we had discussed last time to reinforce. Earlier, I'm on page 3 of the handout. The board certified the employer contribution rates for fiscal years 26 and 27, and this was the second consecutive 2-year rate cycle which has seen a decrease in employer contribution rates. We issued our June 30, 2024 financial statements and the GASB 68 and 75 reports with unmodified clean opinions. On page 4, you can see the continued positive trajectory of our funded ratio, and at the same time, our unfunded liability is continuing to be amortized. On page 5, we realized an 8.8% return on investments, which, and that translated into us performing better than 70% of our peers over the past decade. On page 6, we revamped the strategic planning process and developed a 3-year strategic plan for fiscal years 25 and 27, which is in your materials. The board also agreed to modify the fund's asset allocation, reducing the allocation to global equities from 50% to 40%, and increasing the allocation to private credit by 5%, and allocating 5% to private infrastructure. And we continue to maintain and expand cybersecurity enhancements to protect the security of our system, as well as our members' and retirees' personal information. Page 7, so what's ahead of us? We want to build on our pension administration system implementation by monitoring member and employer service levels and developing a long-term plan for future service enhancements. And we continue to review and adjust as needed the investment portfolio to meet or exceed the retirement system's assumed rate of return of 6.75% over the long term, while at the same time managing risk, return, and liquidity. As you all know, there's been many bills in the last few years which have affected NHRS. There were 8 bills that were implemented in the 2023-24 legislative session, and several of the benefit-related changes required significant pension database modifications. Page 8 begins the budget part of the presentation, and I will now turn the floor to Marie Mullen, our Director of Finance.
Thank you very much. On page 8, we have actuals for the last 3 years, 2022, 23, and 24. As you can see, we had our actual expenditures remained fairly flat. The increases we had were primarily related to our pension gold upgrade. That was our 5+ year pension system upgrade that we completed last year. On page 9, just some highlights of the operating budget. Again, as Executive Director Goodwin mentioned, the budget was approved by the Board of Trustees. The governor's recommended budget did include general funds related to the HB2 provision for Group 2 members. That included $5 million in fiscal year 26 and $27.9 million in fiscal year 27. Those are the only general funds in our budget at this time. We created our budget as part of our 3-year strategic plan. Again, as Executive Director Goodwin mentioned, we had put several initiatives and upgrades on hold due to for the past 5 years to focus on our pension upgrade. And this budget reflects some of those overdue projects that need to be updated and completed to ensure superior service to our members and also security, as was mentioned earlier. So the 2-year budget of $71.6 million includes a 78% increase for fiscal year 26 over fiscal year 2025, and a 95% increase for fiscal year 2027 over fiscal year 2026. That's primarily driven by the Group 2 benefit changes, IT upgrades, modernization projects, and salaries and benefits to support new staff positions aligned with the strategic plan. So if you turn to page 10, we have a general overview of the budget that we submitted for our agency budget, and then as a comparison against the governor's budget. The only change in the governor's budget was in line 12 in the retiree healthcare, and those were the general funds that were added for the Group 2 benefits change that was in HB2. $5 million was added in fiscal year 2026, again, and $27.9 million in fiscal year 2027. On line 2, our salaries and benefits, we do see an increase there that is related to wage increases and also new positions. Primarily in IT, we have several new positions around security, movement to the cloud, and project managers to support some of the delayed initiatives that we had. For our technology, software and hardware line on line 4, the increase there is primarily for projects, again, that were delayed due to PG. That includes moving to Microsoft Cloud. We have additional Pension Gold enhancements and maintenance of the current system for Pension Gold, as well as an upgrade to our website. We are looking to do a mobile app for our members, and also an upgrade to our financial software, which is a 2017 version and is no longer being supported by Microsoft, so we need to upgrade that as well. I will open it up to the committee now
Yes.
for any questions.
So this salary and benefits, I mean, this is a huge increase here of 25% or something like that. Is that how many more employees? How many employees do you have now, and how many more will you get?
So we have 78 currently. And we are adding 9 positions in 2026 and 3 in 2027. And again, those positions are primarily IT around to ensure security. So that's to the movement to the cloud, project manager position, a business analyst. These are all things with the new software that we had. We did not have the right staffing in this area. And now we're trying to improve that so that we can maintain our systems, security, and those type of things.
Okay, Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What's the justification for the healthcare going up 500% in 2027?
No, this is the, sorry, I'll answer this. This is the Group 2 enhancements. This is not, the stuff in yellow
Yeah.
is not real. That's part of, that's the extra money for the police and fire retirement system, right? The governor, all right.
Okay.
So what happened was, in our previous, 2 years ago in our budget, we had a big increase for the retirement system of police, fire, and corrections, okay? The Senate cut that in half. They took only the employees that were in the system like 10+ years, okay? But they avoided giving anything to current employees or the younger employees. This is for those employees, right? So it's not, but their real budget is this 41% increase, right? So that's the extra 12 employees on top of 78 plus salary increases. Yes, okay,
Is that correct?
Yes.
right. So you're getting new software, and that new software is causing you to spend even more money on employees, right? I mean, isn't software supposed to make things easier?
I think the new employees are to support current systems as well. We identified that the current staffing we have for the systems that we have with the new upgrade we did not have sufficient funding. So this is right-sizing that, but then also with the new applications that are coming on, being able to support that. We do have temporary funding in here as well. So we recognize that some of these projects are short-term and that we only need folks to help support the implementation. So we have some temporary that would then be released, like temporary help or consultants. So we are not fully staffing to complete all of this and then have to lay off folks. This is what we deem we need to be able to maintain the systems appropriately to be able to handle the new products, the new security requirements, the changes that come with IT constantly that need to be monitored to make sure the funds of our retirees are secure and safe as well.
Representative Roan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As far as the staffing goes, did you look at, instead of putting someone on the payroll as an employee, did you look at maybe having those as contracted positions?
Yes, as Finance Director Mullen stated in her commentary, whenever possible, we look to see, is this a long-term need or a short-term need? And then build the project accordingly. So we do have, there will be some temporary employees, and also there are some employees that we will be needing on a permanent basis.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. So the 9 employees you're adding in 26 and the 3 that you're adding in 27, do those include those temporary employees? Those are full-time. They would be group 1, I would assume.
Correct. They would all be, all the employees at NHS are Group 1.
Okay, thank you.
So roughly how much money is given to you for retirement savings system-wide every year? All the retirement, all the payments, employer and
the
employee,
contributions.
for all over.
It's approximately $900 million.
Okay. So your expenses on that 900 million are 19. Is that what we're talking about here?
So those are administrative expenses, but we have also the investment side that is not included in here. So we
Of
have
course.
investment, we have investment management fees, those other pieces. So when you look at the administrative costs compared to all of our fees and costs, it's less than 1% of the fees are related to our administrative costs overall in the system.
Your administrative costs are 2% of the total being invested every year, yeah? It's not 2% of the corpus, right? But it's 2% of the activity, sort of.
So you're only taking into account the contributions, you're not taking into account the investment gains as well, right? We have
Sure.
the investments as well and the investment gains from the system as well.
Yeah, but that doesn't cause administrative expense. Yeah. So, all right. Okay. So let's talk about the Group 2 enhancements. Why is it only 5 million the first year?
That is a good question.
You don't know?
We do not know.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Representative. Eden.
Again, this was the
would
governor's,
know?
this was the governor's recommended budget.
Who would know? Because because it's supposed to be for the full year, isn't it? Or you don't know?
Yeah, this was the governor's recommended budget.
So her budget director would be the one that would know where the number came from?
Yes.
So in your budget in fiscal year 2024 actual, personnel services non-benefit was $7 million. $7,236,000. What was that for? And now it's going down to essentially zero. It's class 45 on page 155.
Okay, that is related to a TSA. 7.1 million was related to the $500 one-time payment that the legislature, that was approved in law. So
That was a COLA.
yeah, so the way the state has to transfer the funds, they put it through our operating budget. So that's why that looks so large.
Thank you. Other questions, Representative Leishman?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, and good morning. So a follow-up to the chairman's question about the $5 million, what about the $9 million or what, $27 million? Do you have any idea where that number came from? Or is that the governor's number as well?
That is also the governor's number. It's our understanding that this is from the video lottery terminals, a share of that revenue.
That haven't been approved yet?
Correct.
Okay,
But
all right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Now, that I don't understand, because this is an expense, I thought that was the Group 2 expense, no?
yes, Mr. Chair, it is the Group 2 expense, but there is a bill, Senate Bill 83, which would provide for revenue being dedicated, a portion of the revenue from the video lottery terminals would be directed to NHRS.
But that's not in here because this says general funds.
Yeah, I believe the bill as written in HB2 directs the video lottery terminals to those funds to be directed to the general fund. There's nothing specific that it gets directed to NHRS.
Sure.
In the HB2 bill for the Group 2 benefits, it does state that 27.5 million per year for 10 years would go to in general funds to the retirement system. I'm not sure why this is 27.9, but we're assuming that it's based on that 27.5 million from the bill that was as it was presented.
Okay. All right, any other questions? Representative Brown?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's a line here, it was on training, employee training. Is that for the software or why? Oh, okay.
The employee training is, it's a combination of items for our staff. So we have, we allow them, folks to have training to better themselves, what they may need to do their jobs at NHRS. We also provide college assistance, college tuition assistance for employees, as well as attending conferences, again, to better themselves. So
Okay, so that
that is
training
what-
includes college?
yes, it
Oh,
does.
okay. Follow, Mr. Chair, I'm just wondering, so those seem pretty consistent, that should be consistent year over year, but there is an increase, 100,000 over 24 that's proposed for 26. Why is that jump?
So during our pension gold upgrade, for a year and a half, during 2024, we had a moratorium on folks being able to go to training, take training. And some of these, folks were working, so they didn't take their education classes. So they've been kind of delaying that as well. So this is, for folks we're now seeing starting to initiate and take additional training again, going to classes and that type of thing. So we're anticipating that increase since we had that moratorium during the pension gold upgrade.
Okay, thank you.
So Melissa, are we authorized to change this? I mean, if we don't want them to have 12 new employees, just 6 or something like that, or not?
You are authorized to change their budget.
I see. Okay. Representative Weiler.
I'm looking through here to find the rates the employer pays for police and fire in Group 2, and I don't see them here.
That's right.
Mr. Chair, Representative Weiler, for Group 2, for fiscal year 24, 25 was 31.28% for police and 30.35% for fire. For the next 2-year cycle, fiscal years 26 and 27, it's 30.95% for police and 29.15% for fire.
Is that in this piece?
No.
And the employee shares are still about 11 something.
Yes, the employee share for police is 11.55%, and for fire, it's 11.8%.
11.8, okay. Seems like that it's out of line. There should be more of a sharing with all that cost.
Yeah, so that's like 40% total. Yeah.
And then you put the health insurance on top of that, and it's over 50% benefits line,
Mm.
probably 60%.
All right. So I don't think we'll make any decisions about this budget today, but we'll say thank you very much, and we'll read the details, and maybe we'll have to come back later. Thank you. All right. So let's move on to Community Development Finance Authority, which are on page 138.
Go.
This is page 138. Is that what we have? 138. And there's only one little thing in there. All right. Thank you.
There is. Thank you very much. Good
This is
morning.
Marty.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
Katie Easterly Marty with the Community Development Finance Authority. I'm the Executive Director, and Ian Hart is our Chief Financial Officer. Thank you for the opportunity to address you this morning regarding State Treasury Department's budget. on page 138 for fiscal years 26 and 27, which is New Hampshire's required match for administration of the Federal Community Development Block Grant, also known as CDBG. I do have a presentation that I provided, and if in your paper clipped packet, it's the second of that I'll go through, which has some visuals that will provide some information about what the Community Development Block Grant Program is. So the Community Development Finance Authority is a state chartered independent nonprofit organization. Our board is appointed by the governor and council. As a state authority, we are among a handful of unique entities that work in partnership with state and federal initiatives to strengthen New Hampshire's communities through the distribution of resources to municipalities, nonprofits, and businesses. CDBG, the Community Development Block Grant, which we administer, was established by the Housing and Community Development Act of 1974. And the primary goals are to develop viable communities, to provide decent housing and suitable living environments, and to expand economic opportunities. Through an annual formula from the Department of Housing and Urban Development, there's CDBG funds to the states. CDFA has administered the annual allocation of CDBG funds on behalf of the state of New Hampshire since 2003. We're coordinating the investment since 2003 of over $200 million into New Hampshire's communities. Every year, CDFA deploys approximately $9.4 million of community development block grants. The illustration that looks like an arrow sort of describes how these block grants come to New Hampshire. The funding is allocated from HUD to the CDFA. CDFA then awards those funds to a municipality. And then the municipality often works alongside a subrecipient to administer the funds, and ultimately they benefit individuals across all of our communities. For more than 20 years, CDFA has provided the state with an exceptionally cost-effective system for administering these federal resources. The CDBG program is focused on developing viable, sustainable communities by providing housing, decent living environments, and expanding economic opportunities. The picture with the map on it shows all of the communities in red that received community development block grants last year. In the past 2 years, the Community Development Block Grant Program assisted 30,237 people through public services and public facility improvements, created or retained 37 jobs, rehabilitated or preserved 448 housing units, and provided technical assistance to over 540 small businesses. I'll illustrate a couple of those projects now as a flavor of what the block grants do.
Can we skip more to numbers? I think?
Yeah, please. So our budget request is $280,000 each year for 2026 and 2027, a total request of $560,000, which is approximately 2.9%, which allows us to provide the technical assistance, guidance, contracting, and other administrative requirements of the federal funds to leverage around $19 million. We receive the exact amount annually into New Hampshire's communities. I'd be happy to answer any of your questions about the budget request or any of the information that I presented.
So the match is only 3% or something? Is that?
Yes.
All right.
I
Yeah,
wonder what'll happen
Representative
going-
Munns and then Representative Weiler.
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Chair, and sorry I joined you late. So if I understand correctly, if we don't make this, if we don't provide funding of $560,000, we would lose this $19 million federal allocation.
That's correct.
And would therefore not be able to make the kind of investments in the community that we've been doing. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Representative Weiler?
Thank you. So is there any follow-up on these projects to ensure that they are completed as requested?
Yes, absolutely. So we do a desk monitoring, and then we do actually an on-site monitoring where we ensure not only that the project's completed, but that also it meets all the federal requirements, because we are audited annually, a financial audit. And then we're also audited by the federal government to ensure that the funds are appropriately expended in community. So we want to support municipalities. Often they're volunteer staff and they need the support to be able to use federal funds. So we provide them that training and then we do the monitoring to ensure that they've met all the requirements.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. How many employees do you have?
We have 18.
18? Are they all full-time?
No,
No. What, do you know what the breakout is?
16 full-time and 2 part-time.
Okay.
Yep.
So I thought you said that our part is the administrative cost, right? So this doesn't pay for 18 employees.
We administer other programs as well.
Oh,
The
I
state
see.
tax credit program, the community development tax credit program, as well as some loan programs and other things that the state needs us to do in order to create viable communities,
But
support
that's
affordable
not
health.
part of the $9 million.
It's not.
I see.
Yeah.
Thank you. Representative Evil.
I see you've supported a lot of housing projects, but I was wondering how you, what your prioritization is in your grant making or what the process is. And just as a general comment, I think that this money is incredibly well leveraged.
Thank you so much. So every year, we actually have public hearings to give input into our prioritization. And then there's a scoring system. It's both quantitative as well as qualitative data that creates that scoring. It's publicly available, the scoring. So all applicants will know what that scoring criteria is before they apply. And then it gets adjusted as the conditions change and the data suggests that different priorities should be made. But there's a definite focus on housing as well as public facilities, which are things like childcare facilities, nonprofit childcare facilities would be considered a public facility.
I don't, yeah, Representative Munch?
So again, forgive me, it's early still and I've only had one cup of coffee. I guess I'm confused. You said you have 18 employees, but I don't see anything in the budget detail that indicates that you have any positions.
Right, so we're a public authority, so we're an independent nonprofit, but you provide this required state match. And then on
Okay.
behalf of the state, we administer through contract
Okay.
this block grant
Okay, and
program.
follow up.
Yeah.
And so the $280,000 that you get, I mean, what is that used for?
So it's for all of the staff that provide the guidance to applicants, that do the monitoring, that do the payments. It's for our systems. So we actually leverage the staff across all the programs so that it's a portion of those activities. And we're putting activities of community development together to be sure that we can do all those pieces.
Okay.
So that's why it's kind of cost effective, is because it's not only for the block grant program, but we're able to have one staff person who's dedicated, for instance, to federal monitoring, but is doing that, learning that activity and then doing it across a couple different program areas.
But that can't possibly cover all your administrative costs. So some of those administrative costs are coming out of the federal money, correct?
So there is some federal money that goes for the administrative costs, but we also administer other programs. So it's the fees together that cover our staff.
Okay.
All right. So Representative Ebel is recognized for a motion.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Based on the presentation that was given, the incredible leveraging that is possible through this program, I think it's a great benefit to the state, and I'd like to move that we accept their budget as presented. And if I need more detail from the budget book, please feel free to add to my motion.
All right, seconded by Representative Rung. Any discussion of this motion? No? All right, clerk, do we call a roll on this kind of thing, or show of hands? Show of hands. Okay. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, any opposed? It's unanimous. All right, thank you very much for coming.
Thank you very much.
a.m., I'd like to open up a work presentation session by the Liquor Commission. That can be found on page 304 of the budget. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Joseph Malika, Chairman of the New Hampshire Liquor Commission, and with me is our CFO, Tina Demers. Representative McGuire just handed us some questions, so we'd be happy to go through those first if you'd like.
That would be great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
First, the handout that we provided. Good morning. The handout that we provided is just to show the difference between what we propose for cuts and what are in the governor's budget. They took all of the cuts that we recommended, except for when going through the numbers, we found that a couple of the numbers provided by DOIT, they had already accounted for one position in the agency phase. So when they provided the number to us, it couldn't be reduced again. And then there were two positions that they provided funding for us, about 300,000. And those positions aren't actually direct to liquor. They're actually statewide DOIT positions, so we couldn't reduce them from our budget. So you'll see that the numbers that we proposed and the governor numbers are about $500,000 different.
Yes, Representative Munns.
Thank you. So and thank you for being here and taking my question. So the governor's budget numbers include those positions. Is that correct?
Well, the two positions are statewide, so they're not actually in liquor's budget, so we couldn't cut them. And then the other position, they already cut it in our budget in the agency phase. So they were already reduced prior to.
So the positions weren't exclusive to liquor, so we can't take them out of our budget.
We have some direct positions from DOIT, and then there are the shared positions. So we couldn't take the funding for those positions that they identified originally as positions for us.
And those are the shared positions represented.
So I guess I'm trying to understand so the governor's budget had for DOIT has $500,000 more than what you had proposed.
Correct.
And is that $500,000 those positions? that
Correct.
You really don't want them. They're not really part of yours, but that's where they ended up. Is that correct?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
They're a
Yes.
shared
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
Just a quick question.
Representative
So
Evil.
the 528,104, like I'm looking at here, that's your share of the shared positions? Is that the number? I'm looking under DOIT, like difference to the agency FY.
The 512
Or, yeah.
and the
Yeah,
5.
okay, right.
528
512
and
the
528.
That's sort of
Those,
your share, the liquor's share of the shared positions.
no, what
the whole
DOIT did
thing.
was they gave us the numbers like they were positions that were direct reports to liquor, and they weren't. So we couldn't reduce them from our budget because they're actually statewide shared positions.
Gotcha.
So they're dealing with it in the DOIT budget.
Okay, gotcha.
Yes, Representative Wiley.
But are you in fact paying for the shared positions totally
No, we're only paying for our share.
of 3 people?
They reduced one, they took one out in the agency phase, so we're no longer paying for that one. That one was already reduced. And then they're removing the positions in the DOIT funding, so we won't have to be paying a share for those positions.
But it seems expensive for 3 people, 500,000. Yeah, thank you.
Oh, that's salaries and benefits. Okay. So the questions that we have in front of us, the first one, expenses up 16% or 16 million over 24 actual. If you look, that is because we started budgeting for the transfer for HHS, whereas before it was a transfer number after our revenues. We actually stuck it in our, well, I shouldn't say stuck, we put it in our budget. So if you go to page, it's under 1030.
if you go to page 315, you'll see class 49 transfers to other state agencies. We included the 17.8 million in 24, which was the actual transfer, and then you have the estimates for 25, 26, and 27. So that's the increase. Because it wasn't a budget line item in the past, it was a transfer after our revenues. So to make it clear and visible, we put it into the budget.
For many, many years, it was kind of tough accounting on it. So Tina decided to put it in that way, and I agreed with her. That way we can clearly see those numbers as their line item now in the budget.
Page 304, sorry.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Representative Munts.
So what is that for? You said something about HHS?
Those are the transfers to HHS for the two transfer laws. The first one is the 17616, which is 5% of our prior year gross profit transferred to the alcohol fund. And then the other one is the 126AA, which is for Granted Advantage. And that's based on numbers requested by HHS for the Medicaid expansion. Okay. So the next question was on page 304, are we done with consultants? And the answer to that is yes. We had brought on consultants to help with the D365 system in the transition. And we brought back a couple of the part-timers to help with our old system to our new system. And now that we have transitioned, we will no longer be using consultants. Enforcement salaries up 20% from 2024. This is on page 305. So we had reported in our last presentation that class 50 went up. We brought on part-time positions for our loss prevention program in our stores, which has been very successful, helping with trespass orders and keeping the customers and the employees safe. And then it's also the pay raise and benefit increases. Then we have on page 308, what is NABCA award, 150 annual equipment. So NABCA is the National Alcohol Beverage Association Council, and we get a grant from them to help with underage drinking initiatives. And the equipment line is they were looking to replace their golf cart simulator that they take on the road to high schools to show them impaired driving. Yep. Okay, so the next one is federal funds jumping. Is that accurate on page 309? That is correct. We did receive, or we have a proposed contract with the FDA for the tobacco compliance. And they did provide additional funding. Page 310, it just says information, big number. I think it's source on page 310. So is it the increase from 24 to 25? We are not projected to spend that whole 5.9 million, and you'll see in 26 and 27, it has decreased to 4.6 and 4.7.
Okay, thank you for that. So yes, it was because we've been told that the fiscal year 2025 adjusted authorized column is the most accurate data that we know of, right? And so are you not spending that this year? Is that the...
That is correct, because if you look at our FY24 spend, we're going to be more in line with the 24 spend than what we were provided for the 25 adjusted authorized.
All right, thank you. So Melissa, some of these numbers have not been updated, right? You told me that all these numbers are now current, right?
They were
So-
updated as a point of time. I will get the point in time that they were updated. I did not have that part of it.
Gotcha.
But it is the, in some, I don't know if you guys have fiscal items, but the fiscal year 25 adjusted authorized, it will include HB2 dollars. It will include fiscal item dollars. What it doesn't account for is what is going to be lapsed or not spent.
Right. Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
So the next one was page 312, 13 more positions or 13 more employees, 50% in finance admin. We reported on our last presentation that we actually moved positions from other divisions to support our new system. So that's the increase in the positions, but they were just moved from other divisions. Page 314, why large increase in personnel, merchandising, especially benefits with 2 fewer? So the benefits are based on the current positions. So we've had people leave in the marketing and merchandising division and other people have come in. I believe the people that left were single and I believe the people that have come in are with families. So that has a huge increase in the benefits.
Gotcha. Okay.
Page 315, store salaries up 15% when count down 4.5. That is the pay raise and the benefits, the 12% pay raise that we identified in our previous presentation. That was a significant amount. We had, I believe it was 3.5 in class 10 and another 3 million in class 50 because we also increased the pay rate for our part-timers to bring in people at a higher pay to help compete with the private sector.
Gotcha.
Okay, so page 315, why increase in transfer to class 49? As I described, that's the transfer to HHS for the alcohol fund and the Granted Advantage. And contracts, the increase in contracts is for our new system. So we've decreased our DOIT budget, but we had to increase contracts to bring on the support and maintenance for our new software system, the D365, because DOIT can't handle maintaining the system.
Let me ask, back to line 49. Are you saying Granted Advantage is brand new?
No, I explained, I'm sorry, you weren't in the room. We used to transfer that not as a budget, it was an unbudgeted item and it caused a lot of confusion. So we decided in this budget cycle to include it as a budget line item. So you'll see we included 24's actual that we transferred and then what's projected for 25, 26, and 27. Yes, so it's a lot more transparent.
So again, so the 5 million is missing from 24, but it was transferred or just?
No, it's increasing. It's just increasing. So 24 is what we actually transferred, the 17 million, and they're projecting the 23 million need in 26 and 27.
Oh, so it's not a fixed percentage of your?
So the 17616 is the 5% of the prior year gross profit, and that's the Alcohol Abuse and Prevention Fund. It's the 126AA, which is for the Granted Advantage Medicaid expansion. That one is based on HHS's need to have the match for the non-federal funding.
Great.
And they can also request on a quarterly basis, if they see a shortfall in that account, they can request more funds, which they've done for this year of another 1 to 2 million.
Okay, thank you. I'm hoping to cancel all this stuff, by the way, and just leave this in the general fund. But, all right. Thank you.
So page 318.
And back to 103?
Oh, 103, that's the new systems, the maintenance and support for our new D365 that replaced our mapper. There was no real overhead cost for the prior system, and this system now being cloud-based requires more maintenance and support, and DOIT can't support it, so we had to go outside for contracts for that.
So you basically had a 40-year-old system for obviously that many years that had 2 people, part-timers, maintaining it and helping us keep it running and price changes, etc. The new system is D365, Microsoft cloud-based, and there's expenses that are incurred along with that.
But it's
system.
performing better.
It's performing very good at this point.
Okay.
We're not even a year into it. We launched it last April, so obviously, as you go through the first year of any new system, it has its glitches, and we've worked through them, and we're pretty happy with what we've done.
Okay.
And we think in the future, you'll see the benefits of those
Right.
expenses.
Gotcha.
More efficiencies.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Page 318, workers' comp declining, is that correct? Yes, the numbers for workers' comp were provided by risk management and were based on the historical trend.
Excellent.
We had a real spike in 2 years where we were really pushing our employees hard during COVID, and there were a lot more, back injuries and stuff like that. And now that, we've streamlined that. And we also, risk management brought on a new insurance company, and they've been fighting a lot more claims than just paying them out like the prior one did. So that has an impact.
Okay.
We also
All right.
only have six stores that are hand unload now, where in the past we had 40 or 50 stores that are hand unload. Everything's pallet unload, done mechanically, so it
So it's
saves.
safer. Yeah.
Saves, absolutely.
Terrific. Representative Munns for a question.
Is your workers' comp program a standalone for the Liquor Commission, or is it integrated with other state agencies?
It's through risk management through the state.
Okay, thank you.
Other kind of book-related question, HB1 line by line kind of questions. Yes, Representative Evil.
Thank you. It's not an enormous amount of money, but on page 309, where there's the Fed funds line that the chair asked about, and I see it's an FDA tobacco, I assume that's a grant. Just as a general question, what are you hearing about that? Was the source of funds cut off? Do you hope it's going to continue? Any concerns about that?
At this point, we've heard nothing about
We've
it being
had
cut off.
nothing.
And I will say that when they have cuts at the federal level, we have one position that is tied to this actual contract. So we call it a grant, but it's actually a contract. So when there are cuts with the feds, this is not impacted because it's not considered a grant. We've always checked in on that when they were doing cuts at the federal level, and they said, no, the way that this is structured, it's a contract agreement
With the federal government.
with the FDA, yeah.
So is this to make sure that people aren't selling cigarettes to minors? Is that the whole idea here?
Yes.
Yeah, okay,
Tobacco compliance
Clients,
check.
yep.
gotcha. Okay. Other questions? Representative Leishman.
So good morning. So
morning.
my periodic question is that the declining revenue issue, and when you were here a month or so ago, we talked about it. And I just looked at the governor's projected numbers, and for 25, she's got like 92 coming out as far as revenue back to the state. However, the revenue estimates for 26 are somewhere in the neighborhood of 115 million. Are you confident with that increase? Because you've no fault of your own, I guess, but you've seen a declining revenue base, and yet she's looking at revenue numbers that are substantially positive.
We talked to the governor's budget director, and he believes that the 26, 27 numbers are more based on changes for transfers to HHS, for the changes in the eligibility for the Medicaid expansion, and for some prescription drug changes, and that they think that that will realize a greater transfer to the general fund versus HHS. That's
And that impacts your budget in a positive way? Is that what you're?
that would reduce the transfer to HHS and would increase the transfer to the general fund.
Okay. And I do agree with the chair. I think at some point we need to look at the way the money, the 5%, because there's no oversight whatsoever on that money. It just goes out and there's a lump sum without any sort of budget being presented.
Yeah, my thought is simply to take those two transfers out and make them Division Three's problem to find the money, right?
Yeah, that's where it really should be, I guess.
Yeah, that's what I think. I'm just really against automatic spending. You know what I mean? Programmed.
We agree.
Yeah, okay. But yeah, so we'll get to that in a minute. Okay. So so generally then, just as far as the liquor business goes, you're expecting relatively flat sort of results. Is that it? Yeah.
I would say that flat is the new up, so we're very happy.
Because the trend in general is down, right? And less drinking, more cannabis. Right?
Well, the trend in general is down, and for the reasons that we've gone through, cannabis and the baby boomers aging out of the market, and the health piece as well. You know, when the Surgeon General comes out and says that any amount of alcohol isn't safe and causes cancer, that's a problem. So people are being very cautious about how much they drink. They're drinking better, but they're not drinking as much. And, you know, the 3 states around us, we can't have a candid conversation about the decline of alcohol without speaking about cannabis. Massachusetts in 2024 did 1.6 billion in cannabis sales. And Maine did about 800 million, Vermont did about 300 million. 272 million in tax to the state coffers in Massachusetts from that 1.6 billion. You know, it's a new industry that's flourishing, and alcohol is taking the hit. So
Gotcha.
and it's happening nationwide. We just happen to be in a very unique situation here in New England.
Now, when you said drinking better, do you mean moving up in quality, higher priced liquors, I guess?
Yes.
Yeah.
We don't necessarily see
Or wine.
people shopping the bottom 2 shelves. They're shopping the higher end liquor. So they're willing to spend $100, $50 to $125 a bottle, but they're not buying that amount of alcohol on a weekly basis.
So it's more of a special occasion
It
kind of
is.
thing.
And
yeah.
premiumization is something that grew during COVID and has leveled off, but it's still there and something that we're recognizing. That's why our sales, we have changed the way we're doing sales. You're not seeing as many of the case sales. You're seeing the 2-fer and the 4-fer sales, which are driving the business back into the state.
Gotcha. Okay. Representative Leishman.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. So I know grocery stores like Market Basket charge shelf space for the products. You must do the same thing. You mentioned like the premium eye level type of product versus something that's lower shelf. So that bottler is paying the liquor store for space on that shelf as well as, or not?
No.
No. So
You can't charge, there's a term, and I won't be able to think of it as we're speaking, but I can get it to you. It's federally prohibited to charge for space.
oh, really, for
At-
liquor?
At one point in the Liquor Commission's history, they tried to do it with our floor planner, a monthly floor planner, to charge for the more premium spaces.
Yeah.
And we were told by the federal government that you can't do it, and you can't do it.
Oh, isn't that interesting? Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Well, why don't we get into some of my big picture questions? So, where are the worst performing stores, and should maybe some of them close?
Well, thank you. During the COVID pandemic, we closed about 12 or 13 stores, maybe as many as 14. We were up in the mid 80s. We're now down in the mid 60s. But there's still a couple of stores that are marginal. They're profitable, but they're marginal. Walpole would be one. Woodsville would be one. And then you could potentially add Ossipee and Wolfboro into that equation. What we're doing is looking at the Ossipee Wolfboro now for maybe a consolidation of those stores into one store. And that's really what we did during COVID and found some additional savings during that period of time. But those were the top 2 would be Walpole and Woodsville.
So Walpole would start shopping at Keene or something like that?
Yes,
Is
for
that-
the brand new Keene store is just a few miles away, so. you
Yeah.
know.
Okay. But that's something that's constantly on your radar for,
We look at it pretty much on a quarterly basis to see which stores are performing and which stores we feel are underperforming. The biggest thing when we say underperforming today in retail is, are the customers happy with the product selection? And because of the increased square footage that we've done in 40 plus stores, that's what people expect when they go into a store. To go into a small store that's doesn't have the SKUs or stock keeping units, the consumers are underwhelmed. They want to shop in the bigger stores because that's where the selection is. So we're seeing, as time goes on, the attrition of these smaller stores is just the natural progression.
Right.
So,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When you were here for the introduction a month ago, you mentioned that some things that may be on the horizon would be like delivery or mail liquor. How much revenue? So obviously, I would say that that's a market strategy for competition, especially. How much revenue do we get from alcohol that is mail ordered but originates from out of state? So let's say if someone belongs to a wine club and they have wine delivered from California or something, how does that revenue get captured? I assume we get revenue from that.
we
How
do.
does that get captured?
Well, it's lovingly called the John Hunt tax.
Okay, all right.
It's an
Okay.
8% premium tax that's charged on anything that's it's shipped into the state. And we track that through UPS and FedEx through our enforcement division. And that,
1.2.
$1.2 million in 2023,
1.4 in 23 and 1.2 in
24.
So I'm sorry, could you give me those? What was it in 20?
Well-
Am I missing it on a page or something?
No, this is in our annual report.
Oh, okay.
So it's 1.4 in 23 and 1.2 in 24.
Okay, so it's going to,
See a
And then-
slight reduction.
okay, and I think I asked this of you last time, but do we do any regulation or tax collection on THC drinks that are coming into the state?
Those are not controlled by the commission at all. There's
Okay.
no and it's a nationwide issue. I mean,
Okay.
there's no regulation on THC cannabis drinks into many states, and many states are recognizing the problem that it's creating. Because people are able to go online, and it was part of the cannabis bill that failed last year. Part of it was, that was in there for the Liquor Commission to regulate that as well as we do in-state shipments. But without that bill, obviously, not only in this state, but in many states, that's going unchecked.
Okay, so that would have to be, require federal action then.
Well, it certainly would require state action of an agency, and most likely be the Liquor Commission, to come up with some language in order to oversee that properly.
Okay. And I just want to remind you, because I think we had a conversation about this offline, is that some of the THC is derived from hemp. So if it's linked to cannabis, we would still miss the opportunities or the potential to tax THC drinks that are originating from hemp rather than cannabis.
It's much like any of the RTD drinks that are out there now that contain alcohol. Some of them are malt-based, some of them are spirits-based.
Oh,
So
okay.
it would be the same type of language that we would need to have with a cannabis-based drink or a hemp-based drink.
Okay, thank you.
So is this something you would like to sell in the stores or no?
Well, I think some of it is being sold through the beer wholesalers, but the majority of it is being sold online and shipped into the state. And as we've said, it's an unregulated revenue source for the state.
So could we get just that piece out of the last year's bill, maybe, to just regulate that? I mean, would you need, presumably you'd need more employees to regulate it? Yeah.
Well, there'd be some oversight that would be necessary. I mean, I don't think it would be a plethora of employees. It'd probably be a couple more in order to do that.
Okay,
But that's a potential revenue source.
okay. All right. Do you know what, for those kind of drinks, what other states' tax rates are?
Not off the top of my head, Mr. Chairman, no, but I could find out.
Could you find out? Yeah.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yep.
Other questions?
I'm
Are
all
you-
set, thank you.
Okay, Representative Munns.
Back to the question about closing stores. Do you have any data that would indicate, what the net impact would be on your budget in terms of, cost savings, revenue loss, et cetera?
Sure. we could certainly do that, but historically, the cost of closing a store is minimal, and the shift, that's why, the chair mentioned Keene if we close Walpole. The people, consumers just buy in a different location. The locations are close enough by. The new location in Keene is right next to a Market Basket that I'm sure everybody in that area shops at. So people, when they're there at Market, they may have to change the times that they buy. It might not be as quote unquote convenient, but when they're at Market Basket, now they're at the liquor store, and their shopping patterns are a little different.
And the overhead for these locations is minimal. Most of our lower performing stores are tenant at will.
And very, very nominal square footage. $8, $10, $12, where in some of the bigger stores, we're paying a little bit more than that, 12, 14, 16. But the impact is greater because the sales are greater and there's greater traffic flow.
And presumably, in addition to saving the rental expense, you would save in terms of personnel costs, because you wouldn't need to transfer those individuals, would you?
Well, the full-time employees would be transferred to a neighboring store.
Okay.
Those particular stores, I'm off the cuff, I'm saying that Walpole may have 2 full-timers and Woodsville probably the same. Where a store like Keene could have as many as 13, but probably runs around 9.
And are bigger stores open more hours?
They are.
Yeah, so that's another advantage. Okay. Any other? Okay, let's talk about licensing and enforcement. How much of our revenue do we get in licensing fees and also fines?
So the licensing fees are in 2024 were 3.7 million, and the same in 23, so about 3.7 million. We have the processing and investigation fees, or I'm sorry, administrative fines are only like 142,000. And then we have the direct shipping, which we told you was 1.2 million. And then there's the wine tax, which is about 300,000.
And overall enforcement overseas, around 6,300 licensees, in-state, out-of-state, direct ship, obviously our locations, but on-premise, off-premise. We can give you a breakdown of those if you'd like, but that's around the number that they oversee.
Okay. So when were licensing fees last changed, or is it a constant thing?
They haven't gone up in a long time, as far as the fees are concerned.
Yeah, okay. So we might be due, is that the? Yeah, right, yeah, I mean.
Well, I can certainly tell you, and I've always said, as a licensee in other states, I held licenses in New Jersey and Massachusetts, as well as New Hampshire. New Hampshire's fees have always been what any business person would consider very reasonable compared to the surrounding states.
Okay. Could you put together, it doesn't have to be all 100 licenses, but, a couple of sort of representative examples of Maine, Vermont, New Hampshire,
Sure.
and Massachusetts, yeah, for comparison purposes.
Yeah, I just like to see the statute. Is the statute where the fees are
They are in statute.
set, just whatever that
May even
reference
be in
is, so
rule
we
as
can
well.
look at it.
And and just for transparency, the licenses in Maine and the licenses in Massachusetts, and I believe in Vermont, are owned by the license of the business and are transferable as such. New Hampshire is not that way. Those licenses are renewed on a yearly basis and not an asset of the business. They're certainly an asset of the business as they run and enjoy the profits of the alcohol, but it's not something it's a guaranteed. Where in Massachusetts, when you buy a license, you own that license and it's an asset of the business. New Hampshire is not that way.
Would we save money if we made it not yearly, but every 2 years or 3 years?
Perhaps.
Yeah, okay.
Of course, I'm going to say that there'd be a lot of people that would understandably push back against any types of fees. I don't want to speak for any other organizations, but that's always been something that's been a back and forth when the
yeah.
Liquor Commission has had that discussion over the years.
Now, so the total cost of enforcement, am I right? Is it 10 million a year or something? Is it? Or is it 5? 310? But it seemed to me there were kind of two sections that were in both kind of enforcement, but maybe not.
So there's enforcement's overhead themselves, which is the 7878 accounting unit, and then they oversee the grants. They're listed underneath. So it's within their activity division.
Okay. So. All right, so it's mainly what we see on page 310, this 5 million a year? Is that it? Liquor fund line. Those
They're
are-
actually on 306, the actual overhead for the operation of enforcement,
Enforcement line.
which is the 4.78 in 25, and then the projection for 5.3 and 5.5 in 26 and 27.
Okay, so what am I seeing on page 310? Is that an overall number? No.
Yes,
I see.
that's for their whole division, for
Gotcha.
the enforcement division and the grants that they oversee that's within their structure.
Okay, okay. Good. So. All right,
And part of that increase we talked about on the page 310 was the increase in the federal money that they're receiving, a couple $100,000 there.
yes. Right. But they're essentially not really paying for themselves, right? I mean,
Bring in about $13 million.
Well, they bring in 13 million for the beer tax, and then the licensing, which is the other 3 million. If you look at, I don't know if you have the presentation from the last time.
not in front of me. Though. Yeah. Is just the licensing piece of expenses broken out or not really?
For their budget themselves. So they bring in 13.3 million in taxes, the 4.2 million in fees, 142 in fines, and then miscellaneous. So their revenue that they manage is 18 million.
Okay.
And
But-
then they oversee the 6,300 licensees.
Yeah, but probably most of that is the beer tax, which takes 1 or 2 employees or something, right? I mean, it's.
But then they're out in all of the establishments, visiting all of the establishments, doing the education and the training
I
And the
see.
compliance
and the
checks.
compliance.
The alcohol compliance checks, the tobacco compliance checks, and
Right.
any complaints that come in from licensees or consumers, legislature, et cetera.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. So, how often is a licensee like a restaurant visited?
They,
Or- Go ahead.
I think they tried to touch each licensee physically once a year to check on the license itself, but then there's compliance checks, which would be additional. So I would say that they get to every licensee 2 to 3 times a year.
Okay.
And then helping new licensees.
Yes, Representative.
So I think you would argue that the compliance portion for enforcement is quite important to ensuring that you get the income.
I would say that compliance is an important piece, but I think one of the most important pieces that the legislature has drawn us to over the years is the education. I mean, they visited a couple of hundred high schools last year and did demonstrations there. They do the underage driving. They do all, I don't have it in front of me, but the amount of education that they do and stops that they make every year is quite reasonable for the amount of people that they have.
Oh, they have you drive the little car with the wavy glasses
They
and
do.
all this.
And testing, and they test, they train and test every licensee that has a new license that comes up, or anybody that's not in compliance has to go back and have their employees retrained.
And then
So-
on-premise sales from those establishments is almost 100 million that they oversee.
Yeah,
So, I mean, it's an important piece of what we do. And I don't think that you can have sales without having compliance and education. They go hand in hand.
gotcha. All right. Other questions? No? Yeah, Representative Leishman.
So the bottom number, as far as the number of employees you have, is like 371. And I
Full-time-
noticed a lot of
full-time.
changes, like on page 312. You're going from number of positions 27 up to 40. Just kind of curious why the readjustment there. And then
That
under,
was for, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
that's-
sure.
That's for the new system.
okay.
Yeah, that we brought on some DOIT employees, moved them for the oversight of the system and the help desk.
In the human resource section, I saw there's quite an adjustment there, on page 313, going from 34 to 47. Those.
That's in total. If you look up above, HR is 7 employees. When you look at the 34 to 47, that's for the whole division of administration.
And that division of administration oversees the new,
Financial management, is that what I'm,
Yes, I'm
Correct.
sorry, yes.
Yep.
Financial management division. And that includes DOIT, HR, finance, our legal department.
legal,
okay.
maintenance and facilities.
But HR is still only 7 employees.
Okay,
So that
if-
increase from 34 to 46 is for the finance, for the new systems. We brought in employees from store ops and marketing and created that new division.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was just curious where they came from to get there, that's all.
Yeah, so, well, you'll see that, marketing and merchandising went
I
down
saw that
from
was down, yeah.
14 to 12, and then
Okay.
store ops, we took some, unfunded or vacant positions there and moved them in to help with the new system.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Chairman.
All right, other questions? No? All right, I guess we can go to lunch early today. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
You'll get us more information about licensing fees and THC drinks, maybe.
Yes.
Yes.
Wrote them down.
Okay, great. And especially comparison to other states.
And if we could have a list, of, like, the stores, perhaps they mentioned Woodsville, Walpole, if there are any others that should be on our radar for closure, which
closing.
I think makes sense. I'd just like to add, as far as the fees, I guess, to be a little sympathetic to the Liquor Commission for a change. I'm a
So
little
noted.
concerned if we increase fees, it's just going to make our revenue collection even worse. You know, we're struggling to plan for fees now, or revenue from the Liquor Commission. If we increase the fees, that may have a negative impact on returning sales or whatever. So, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, but it also depends on, you know, sort of when fees were set and, you know, because one of the fees I'm thinking about, we'll get to later today, the Bureau of Tax and Land Appeals, I think they said their fee was last set 50 years ago, right? So, yeah, and they didn't want to, but, you know, last time we didn't need cash quite as bad as we do now, so. you know.
Mr. Chair, I would agree that across the agencies, the fees that have been charged, a lot of them haven't been updated since what is it? Hector was a pup, so they're worth considering and looking at, especially as we know when revenue is down in other ways. You've got to find creative ways.
So we'll be back at, I think it's 1:15 or who's coming at one? OPLC, oh no, OPLC, okay, very good.
Chair, could I just ask
Yes, go ahead,
process, a question? So, I'm trying to understand the schedule for the next 2 or 3 weeks. We're not meeting next or is it Tuesdays the day we're not meeting?
Tuesdays in general are the days we're not going to be meeting.
So,
okay.
Okay. So March 4th okay, that's a Tuesday.
Yeah, so we're going to meet Monday, Wednesday, any available Thursday and Friday.
Okay.
Okay, so
Yeah.
like next week, Thursday is available, so we're meeting. And our goal is to try to get through one pass of our pages by the end of next week.
Okay.
And I don't know if Melissa thinks we can do that or not. But
Yeah, so the plan is to do that. We are running into a little bit of scheduling issues as next week is school vacation for a lot of people. So there are some agencies that have said we're not available next week at all. So we might have to push some of those off to the beginning. That March 3rd would be
Monday.
the hope to wrap that up, if not on Wednesday, to at least have all the agencies in and going through their budget, leaving us a couple of weeks to get through and start making decisions. And at that point, hopefully we have HB 2 in front of us.
And I'm just trying, so March 11th, I think, is town meeting day. Don't we usually have that off?
We normally don't schedule. for
Okay,
that.
so that's 1, 2. I'm just trying to figure out things. All right, thank you.
That's Representative Griffin.
It's my birthday.
Aye. And you are on page 159. One 159, yes. Yeah, it's like halfway down the page.
Yes, yes, I do see it. Sorry,
Oh,
just
where?
the page number was stuck in the bindings.
Okay. Thanks for coming. Do you want to make any kind of opening remarks, or should we just dive into the details?
I'll just introduce myself for the record. Deanna Juris, Executive Director of OPLC, and with me is Director of Operations Heather Kelly. Happy to take any questions. We did try to preemptively answer some of the things either you've asked previously or that you had given us a heads up that you were looking for, or other things we thought were relevant. But I'm happy to just take questions if you'd
right,
like to
well,
go that route.
Why don't we go through the pages, and then if you have things on your list that we haven't gotten to, then you can add them. How's that? So starting on page 159, take a look at class line 30, second to the last.
Yes.
So there's a lot of equipment last biennium and like nothing this biennium.
Yes.
Is that right for you guys?
That is correct. Last biennium, we had to replace our entire fleet. So that was the cost last biennium. This year, we do not have to replace any of the vehicles.
Oh, I didn't know you had vehicles.
Yes.
For inspectors.
Oh, okay. I see. All right, good. So that's that one. Anybody else want to ask about this page? All right, Representative Rung.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. How many vehicles do you have? Are they all passenger vehicles?
Yes, all passenger vehicles. Let me count my inspectors. 15. I'm looking at Heather.
15.
I have 15 inspectors that all have their own vehicles, so we have 15 vehicles.
All right. And so basically in the same area, but on this, it's really on the next page, you have 4 new positions. So are you adding more responsibility? Is that why you're having?
Oh, from the 16 to the 20?
Right, it went from 16 to 20.
Yes, so I believe that would account for, we had several 8T temporary positions that we had requested become permanent positions. And that would, 3 of the 4, I'm confident, are related to the hearings bureau within the Office of Administration. So that's 2 administrative law judges and then a hearings clerk. And the 4th one, I believe, is a project manager within the operations division to try to work on making sure that everything as the office is working on compliance. And we have multiple IT projects going for a new licensing system, hoping for a new enforcement system as well, trying to manage, keep everything together. So those would be those 4 positions. So they're existing, temporary, with people in them, integral part of day-to-day functioning that we're requesting to become permanent.
Okay, very good. Yes, Representative Wyland.
In HB 2, the governor transfers the plumbing and electrical to safety, so you lose 5 mechanical and 4 electrical. I don't see that that's reflected.
So the 20 positions here is just the Division of Administration, so that's Executive Director and Operations. Those 9 positions are in the Division of Enforcement presently.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll get to that on page 162. So, okay. Good. Now on page, right. So what's the difference between the administration division and the licensing and board administration division?
So because the office is an office and not a department, there's in it, basically the office consists of the administration, which would be the Office of the Executive Director and Operations. And then I have a licensing and board administration. So those are the folks who are sitting in board meetings with boards, and then the licensing service representatives. So the ones on phones and emails and issuing credentials within the licensing division, and then the enforcement. So,
Okay.
Yep.
All right. And each one has, okay. So why does enforcement have so many unclassified?
the pharmacy inspectors, there are 3 pharmacy inspectors that are unclassified personnel. They're appointed by governor and executive council. And that as a result, it's the budgeting for the position, the salaries does not, the range is far beyond the
I
classified system. So they have to be in that unclassified space. So it's the one division director and then the 3 pharmacy inspectors.
Gotcha.
So the only other unclassified positions are myself and then the director of licensing and administration. So 6 total.
Okay. And how many, those pharmacy inspectors, how many pharmacies do they inspect?
This is a round number, but I believe it's 300.
Okay, so it's like 100 apiece or something like that? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, 300.
They also have a statutory responsibility. So Heather will correct me with the correct technical term. So facilities that have controlled substances, so that could even be veterinary offices, any of those there's oversight and the inspection requirement there. So there are the standing pharmacies, hospital pharmacies, and then this other quite broad reach.
Gotcha. Okay. Representative Griffin.
Thank you. On page 160, line 531 and bad programs, could you talk about them a little bit? I see the numbers unchanging over 4 years.
Yes, that is what we call the PHP, the Professionals Health Program. That is a program. It's actually a dedicated fund that we have discussed over the past several months with the dedicated funds committee and others. That is a requirement by statute that licensees who can self-report and be referred to this program for assistance with substance misuse.
Right. Representative Munns, then Representative Rowe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming back to talk to us. On page 160, consultants, there was a significant jump from 24 to 25, and that is staying at the same level. What is that?
Those would be consultants for the Division of Enforcement. So as you're aware, we have 57 different boards that we have investigators on staff and prosecutors. So those consultants would be if there's something specifically technical that we need assistance with in an investigation. Some of the fact finding is fairly straightforward. If we have a report of a DUI, some of these other things are very clear on their face. If it's technical or involves scope of practice, we are often working with consultants to ensure that we have adequate facts and investigation to present to the boards.
Okay. Representative Rung.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Also on that same page, the indirect costs, 040, there was kind of a jump just for 2025. And then the same thing is happening in, transfer to other state agencies. Could you go into more detail about that?
I'm going to have Heather Kelly address that.
Okay, thank you.
Originally, in the indirect costs in 2025, we have an agreement with the Department of Justice to pay for a dedicated staff position, 90% of a paralegal position, and a part-time position. So that's why there's a jump. We are then moving that cost back into the SWICAP allocation instead of the separate MOU with DOJ.
Okay, so and I'm a rookie here, so I can ask any question I want. So what you're saying is that the jump in the indirect costs are because of sharing a position with DOJ? Okay. And then why does that go back down?
We have transferred the cost into the SWICAP analysis.
Oh, okay, all right. And then the transfer to other agencies that's 049?
That is also part of the reason. Correct. And we had various agreements with Division of Personnel for HR services. I was able to negotiate that down to a lower rate. There were some other MOUs that we are no longer using as well.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
How many licensees are there total? You know?
The total, I'll give you a round number. So in our last annual report, the total is 212,000, just over 212,000 licensees.
And is that going up or down?
It's going down, but only in recent history. So the number was extremely high during pandemic years when there was a lot of licensure portability kind of exploded and people were getting licenses, emergency licenses, lots of changes there. It's settling down. I don't have the annual report in front of me, but the trend from 4 years ago is down, but it's not, if that makes sense. Yes. Over the long history, I would not say it's trending downward,
Okay.
especially as we add more license types.
So that the fact that your budget is relatively flat, that's a good thing? Is that what you're thinking? Yeah, I mean, your budget total looks like 14 million-ish? 14 and a half?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah. Fairly close. Yep.
Okay. So how much is that per licensee? That's like 70?
I don't have a calculator, but I'd
Yeah,
happy to defer
something
to
like-
somebody's mental math.
Yeah, something like that, I think. I guess most licensees are paying 150 for 2 years or something. Is that what they do? No.
I would say that would be high for many boards. Yes. An RN in the state of New Hampshire, I think, is $80 for 2 years.
Oh,
100.
100 for 2 years. Okay. So there must be some that are way up there.
Yeah, so an APRN is 100 and RN is 80. Yep. So again, this is off the top of my head. I think pharmacy, is 300. Anyway, it varies. And until this past year, boards had the fee setting authority for each of their boards for their licensees. That responsibility now lies with the office to do fee analysis. We talked a little bit the last time that Heather and I were before this committee about how we're doing that assessment to determine where the levels need to be set. Yes, to ensure that the costs are adequately covered, but not exorbitantly. So we have a statutory requirement to stay within 125% of our operation. Our estimated revenue that is in the presentation, I'll touch on that here just as part of conversation. We are going to propose a 10% increase in licensing fees across all types. And then that expected revenue for the biennium would be $27,166,172. Our expected expenses is $28,752,02. So we're still about $1 million short. So we are definitely not at 125%, even with a 10% increase, and even with a cut, actually a lower budget.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Representative Miles.
Are those increases assumed in this budget? Are they reflected in this budget?
The fee,
The licensing increase?
the licensing fees would be a fee proposal that would go in rule before the Joint Legislative Committee on Administrative Rules. So that revenue is controlled by that separate committee. So this is just the expenses that you guys are hearing about. So again, the proposed budget is 28 and change, which is short of even the 10% fee increase that we're planning to propose. It's in the middle of an impact analysis presently, fiscal impact analysis.
So are you going to have to come back a year from now for another increase then, because you're still short?
I don't hope so. The plan, I'm sorry, the handout that we proposed on page 4, the anticipation. So currently OPLC is at a net loss of just over $1 million for this fiscal year. So the hiring freeze the governor instituted in executive order, we had kind of already lightly implemented even over the last several months, realizing that revenues were not keeping up with expenses. And so the hiring has been slowed or paused even prior to that executive order going out. The Office of Dedicated Fund had a rollover at the end of the last biennium of, you can see that number 4.5, almost 4.6. So the remaining balance has come down. So the plan would be to continue to use that balance so that fees don't increase further while we maintain a hiring freeze until we get to a place that we're even.
Are
The-
any of your 89 positions unfilled?
I have, I believe it is 5. I have a number of positions that are frozen. The office also has temporary positions that are not allocated in this budget. The hope would be that when a new licensing portal is built and functional, it would reduce the need for the manpower in our licensing and administration. We're not there yet, so those temporary positions are still contemplated to be funded. To have funds available to continue to compensate them. So the positions that are currently frozen are listed on page 6. I believe that 5 of those are in the 89, or excuse me, 5 of those are full-time positions. That none of the 89 that are funded in the budget are currently filled. There are no vacancies in the budget as presented.
Okay. And you said you're working on a new portal. Is there funds for that in here somewhere?
No, that the funds for that, I was working with 2 separate contractors, but that is a DOIT maintained contract, and it's ARPA funds. So they
already
will
paid
use them
for.
till they run up.
Okay.
It's essentially paid for, yes. I'm not confident we're going to be able to complete it with those funds, but we will not be requesting additional funds for that.
Gotcha. Other questions? Representative Weiler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On page 163, source of funds, Education Trust Fund, $1.5 million. What is that money for?
I don't think that is our office anymore. I think we end in the middle of 63 where the total number of positions with 89. I think that's the end of our office.
Oh, wrong. Okay, thank you.
You have me panicked, Representative. I could use $1.5 million though, I will say.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the end of section 1, right? Section 1,
Okay.
general government,
Yeah.
right? So that's the grand total for all that stuff.
Thank you.
But you can kind of see, just as long as we're on that page, right, the big increase in section 1. 519 for million for this year and 645 for the next one,
Yeah.
right? I mean, that's a huge increase. And section 1 is all our section, right? So it's
But-
our stuff going on. So obviously we haven't found the big numbers yet.
Yes, as you noticed, ours are down for both years.
Yeah, right. Yours is down. Yeah. So you're not the problem.
Thank you for saying that. We don't think so either.
Yes, we're looking for the problem. All right. Yes, Representative Munson.
Yeah, can I ask one more question? I should have asked this when you came in the first time, but how do the number of licensees that you're responsible for compare to other states? You know, like on a per capita basis or something. I mean, I guess what I'm getting at is, do we license more than other states or less?
I don't know the answer to that. I have we have a member of our staff who's done some market analysis for a few other things that we could definitely have her look into that and see what it looks like. My back of the napkin math of percentage of the population is a little bit off because the 1.3 million is going up, right? The population is
Right,
increasing.
right.
So I do think it's 15 to 17% of the population, though currently in, would hold a license, a credential from this office.
Okay. And if I may, another.
Yes, go ahead.
And, you know, last year there was, or last session, there was a lot of, shall we say, discussion about changing classifications and restructuring and licensing and all that stuff. Does that have a significant impact on your expenditures if changes like that get made?
I guess what I'll say kind of conceptually is the way that our office incurs costs is either that members of the state actually, or even out of state, get a credential required by law, or they break the law that governs their profession. So I'm not out there telling people, hey, don't become a plumber because it costs me money to give you a license. That, you know, so I think I think the reason that you would have the office is fee funded is to say that we want it to be almost a 1-for-1. The amount of money that it takes to administer the licensing would come for those fees and no more and really no less. So that is the goal, is to get it to that place. If we have fewer licensees, we'll have less revenue, but we'll also have less work. The breaking the law part it's kind of implied, right? You have to obey by the laws and rules of your profession. So those enforcement costs are incurred when people are not doing what they're supposed to be doing. Again, if there's fewer license types, then you're not dealing with unlicensed practice for those professions. So the cost incurred by giving people a license or doing that enforcement, the theory is that it's offset with the fee. That has not been in balance for a number of reasons. And there's some analysis. There's obviously a lot of tension in budgeting, and we haven't gotten 100% to where I'd like to be, where that is actually even, that the scale is balanced, but to say that we're able to maintain operations. I'd love to get it to a place where it's more specific to the individual boards, but currently we're kind of looking at a big picture for the whole office. A full reset is a future dream of mine. Yeah.
Representative Evil.
So just on page 5 of your presentation, where you're talking about the changes to HB2, could you just kind of go through those
Absolutely.
for us? And so for people that have HB2, that it starts on page 71.
Thank you very much. Happy to report is many fewer pages than the last biennium that deal with OPLC. So there are really two big pieces here, and both related to inspections. So when we were looking at, every agency has had to take a hard look at their budget and just say, what do we need? I can't even say it's low-hanging fruit, but assessing where can efficiencies be made, what does that look like? And in assessing those essential functions, one of the things that we looked at is, okay, so we've got to get licenses out the door, and we have to make sure that there's timely review of complaints. We're working on that process. I've spoken publicly in many other committees about needing to continue to improve that process to be more responsive for constituents and also for licensees who have complaints that can be out there for any number of years. And when we looked at inspections and that kind of compliance piece of it, we were trying to assess, what does this look like? What's the public health and safety protection there, and what is a licensing function? When we were looking at the mechanical, so that's plumbers and gas fitters. It can be a little bit confusing. So plumbers and gas fitters, and then heating service technicians are within that profession. And then the electrical inspectors. Those positions moved from the Department of Safety in 2021 per legislation over to OPLC with the licensing board. Now, what has happened is, I think, as I was just having conversation on another bill, and we're also dealing with a similar situation with assessors, is that there's some policy making and some standard setting, and then there's licensing, and sometimes those pieces are intertwined in a given department. And then when the licensing function is sought to move over to OPLC to kind of just standardize that and fit it in and find some efficiencies, some of those policy pieces come with it that really are better suited to be in other spaces. So when we were looking at the mechanical and electrical inspectors, the duty of the fire marshal's office in terms of regulations involving safety, fire concerns, code enforcement of those types of things. That's what these inspectors are doing. They're assisting municipalities. They're providing a critical public safety function. But the positions had traveled with the board to OPLC. So the assessment was made to say, this is really this is a safety function. The fire marshal's office is utilizing them as needed because they have this expertise. They are licensees in the field. And so that's the governor's office proposed restoring those based on a policy consideration, not just on, I think initially the conversation was the fees from this board, licensing fees, are paying these inspectors. Let's put the inspectors where the fees are. For a number of reasons, collective bargaining, salary increases, all of those things, expenses have gone up. The licensing fees are not coming close to covering those costs anymore. And the assessment was, this really is a public safety function. So rather than just making a financial decision, I think it was to make a policy decision to have them there, really where it fits in the scope of that office, the fire marshal's office, and the need there. Happy to pause just if there's any questions, but that was the consideration on that piece. Yes. Nope. So I believe the proposal would be would be funding that with general funds. Yep. Yes, and then the second one is related to cosmetology inspections. So when we were looking at things that require manpower, do we need to? One of the questions I asked and we were talking through is, do we need to be in every cosmetology shop every year? Doing these inspections. A lot of the concerns are with sanitation procedures and that type of concern, the general health and safety. The proposal in HB2 is to go, OSHA already offers a course, but it could be an additional or a similar course of a lifetime certification in the sanitation procedures specific to barbering and cosmetology. And so to say, similar to a food service establishment that has to have, Serve Safe certified, we don't have state government with inspectors that are going to restaurants every year annually just to ensure that they're compliant. So this provides an option to either a shop could be inspected again annually. So it would be upon initial application, a routine inspection in the second year, and then a renewal, and then a routine in the subsequent year. Or they could demonstrate that they've completed this course for a lifetime certification, and then that would exempt them from the need for those inspections. It reduces costs. So a routine, any inspection is $100. So instead of $100 a year, this one course would be a lifetime piece. If shops choose the lifetime course in sanitation, we're still providing that. The potential is there that we would need fewer staff on if we were not getting to all. I think there are about 3,000 shops and we have 3 members of the staff. So it would reduce the workload. And the hope would be then that we would be able to do initial inspections for new shops that are opening to make sure that they're in compliance with all the rules. And then in response to complaints, we would still have an inspector on staff. If there's a concern, if a consumer complaint comes in, we could go do a spot inspection and ensure that there's compliance there, deal with any issues, assist with investigation, and bring that before the board. So those are the 2 considerations there.
Representative Rung.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you said it was $100 an inspection. So the shop would pay that? Is that part of their annual license fee?
It is not part of the licensing fee. It's a separate inspection fee.
Okay, so if someone from your office goes to inspect a shop, they get a $100 bill. They're like, oh, we're inspecting you and that'll cost you $100. I mean,
it is scheduled in advance.
oh, okay.
So yes, but yes, when they go out, and so again, it's initial, so opening a shop, if you're renewing it based on the 2 years, and then what we would call I just lost the word. I said it 2 minutes ago. A routine inspection on that off year, right? So not the renewal year.
Okay, follow up, Mr. Chair. So, but you were saying now they could opt to have a forever certification if they take this course.
Yep.
How much does that course cost?
$59.
$59. So it's actually cost effective for them to take the course rather than having to renew that license. Thank you.
Certainly, I don't know why you would pick the $200 option.
Yeah.
Some may though, but yes. So then that in turn would provide cost saving to the shop owner, but then it also could potentially, we would need fewer staff if many shops were choosing the option to demonstrate that.
Yeah, I just wanted to say the language she's talking about is on page 75, I think, of HB2, so you can see the whole process there.
Thank you. We don't have it in front
I
of
know
us.
this isn't your area, but did you say restaurants aren't even inspected annually?
I don't have anything to do with the restaurants, but I guess I was
thought
thinking
that's
where
what
I
you
eat
just
my
said.
food, where I eat my food, I would say has fewer routine inspections by the state than where you get your hair cut. And I thought, I think public health and safety could still be guaranteed with a similar level of safety protocol. Again, knowing that we have staff, if there is a concern, any consumer can file a complaint and then we could look into it.
I think restaurants are handled by local health inspectors.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much, Director.
Thank you. Happy
right.
to correspond via email with anything else that comes up.
All right, we will. All right, let's go to, we have here the Board of Tax and Land Appeals, which is on page 153. And by the way, Melissa, when we're looking at the grand total for section 1, the whole difference is in other funds. So is that maybe the transfer of money from rooms and meals to municipalities got put into the budget that wasn't before, or something like that?
So
Yeah. So,
yeah, so I did want to note the change. Let me just make sure, I just want to verify the fund is correct for that municipality distribution. That's actually a general fund. So that's actually, yep, that's agency income, so that would be the big gap in other funds. So in fiscal year 24, the municipal distribution in the treasury budget, which is on page 141, was budgeted on book for fiscal year 24. 25, it was budgeted off book because there was a dedicated municipal revenue fund that was created. In 26 and 27, the treasurer put it back on the books. So there's options, because it is a dedicated fund now and it wasn't prior, that it could be removed and put it back off books because it is the dedicated fund, or you could leave it on books. But that is the big difference, because if you look on that page, in fiscal year 24, it's 131 million. In fiscal year 25, it's 0. Right, and then in fiscal year 26, it's 139.7, in 27, it's 145.6. So that is a big change and a big discrepancy when you're looking at those total general government lines.
okay. Yeah.
Yep, so it was there. Dedicated municipal fund was created, went off books because of that dedicated fund. And then the treasurer put it back on the books. I believe she just does that every year, but you could move it off because it is a dedicated fund now. And it never was a dedicated fund before.
We'll have to ask them when they get here about why are they adding 4 positions on page 141. All right. Anyways, back to the Bureau of Tax and Land Appeals.
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
just before we go too much
All right.
further, do you want OPLC to come back as just, I have from my notes for Janet, whether they need to be rescheduled or not.
Oh, I see. I don't see a reason at this time. Anybody else? No? Yeah, they're not general funds, right?
All right.
So check them off, at least temporarily. Yeah. All right. Back to these guys. So we are on page 153. Okay, welcome.
All right, good afternoon, Chairman and members of the committee. It is a pleasure to be here today. My name is Eric Wind. I am a member of the Board of Tax and Land Appeals. Chair LeBrun wanted to be here today, but was feeling ill today, so I will do my best to fill her shoes, and I am joined today by the board's executive director, Ann Stelmack. So we are distributing a letter. Would be happy to do a brief overview of what the board is, what we do, and what we have presented for you today. So the board is an independent agency. We hear cases from various state entities, including appeals from municipalities, the Department of Revenue Administration, takings from either the Department of Transportation or municipalities, and other tasks, including even approving BFA pilots. So at our core, we go back a long ways. We have a lot of history. We are a combination of kind of 3 board functions: a board of tax review, a board of equalization, and the eminent domain commission. And as that has evolved through history, we wound up being called the Board of Tax and Land Appeals. We are a less formal venue to hear tax and eminent domain appeals, and play a key statutory role in looking at reassessments and ensuring proportionality and reasonable taxation in furtherance of our Constitution. This is especially important right now, as we all know, property values are skyrocketing, changing dynamically, and governments, including local governments, are having a hard time meeting all of their funding needs. So therefore, intense economic pressures are being placed on both business owners and homeowners. So that is the core of what we do. The intent is always to provide a fair and impartial, low-cost administrative appeal process. As you will see in the materials that we've presented, we've identified a few legislative mandates that we would like to either eliminate or tweak in order to bring efficiencies in. But other than that, the budget we are asking your favorable consideration of is one that maintains our current approved staffing levels, and then maintains a baseline of expenses. So for staffing, we have proposed, and do you want to touch on the staffing one, or I'll do it at a high level, and then Ms. Stelmack can get into more details. But we have had a difficult time filling a statutory role of a tax review appraiser. That position is presently vacant. We want to keep that position. But we have struggled to fill it because appraisers are in high demand. They're going out and either working in private industries or for municipalities for more money than we can offer. So what our proposal is to remove the statutory requirement that it be an appraiser and just have it be a position that is a technical staff position, but which is at the discretion of the board to fill within more broadly.
Are appraisers licensed?
Yes, they are.
Okay.
Just for the benefit of the division, this is on HB 2, page 42, I think, the statutory changes.
Yes, the statutory changes proposed are in the trailer bill. We propose one change to the Eminent Domain Procedure Act, which is also already pending before as House Bill 268. But the intent here is that we have a requirement in statute to hold eminent domain just compensation hearings in the county where the taking is occurring. The statute says to hold it in the respective county courthouse or other space as deemed suitable. We cannot get courthouses to reliably give us space as far as hearing rooms. So we just want to be able to use our hearing room in Concord in Johnson Hall, and remove that requirement. That will reduce state travel expenses, at least in theory, will reduce those expenses to some degree, and will reduce the amount of time that we are spending as far as our clerical staff is spending trying to find rooms out in the counties. And then lastly, we are prepared to discuss our filing fees, but I think I will just open it up for questions.
All right, so let's start with on page 153. So in 2024, is this the missing tax appraiser? Is that why the salaries are lower? Line 10, the class line 10.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, that is exactly it. That position was vacant in the last biennium. After very many unsuccessful attempts to post and fill it and interview, we cannot compete. Municipalities, and they're paying 20, 30, 40,000 over what we could pay. We then went to personnel and worked with then Assistant Commissioner Joe Bouchard. He had found a very old statute that we ended up going to GNC. We moved some money into a class 102, a contract class, to try to contract for services. Well, unbeknownst to us, that list is also small of people that were willing to do contracts. And of course, there's the timing of our appeals with the cases. And so we ended up, the contracts, that didn't work out either. So then we're back to personnel, working with Director Rudis, who has been ever so helpful and patient, and her team. And they said, we'd love to reclassify this for you to take out the license requirement to be able to get the high-level technical skills and analytics that we need, however, not require that license. And she said, but I cannot do that until we take it out of you have to get it out of the law. And then that gives us the greater flexibility. And what I can tell you, I have been, when I started in 2002, we were an agency of 12. We are at an agency of 6. I have 2 staff, and this vacant position, losing this position, it just, we cannot function. We need help. We have definitely not asked for a 7D in many years. We used to have 2 tax review appraisers. And some years ago, I don't know, 2011 maybe, we said you could take one out of the law, so they did. And then we had it filled with one, and we were functioning, and it was fine. But the reality is, and I will quote the governor from yesterday, I heard her say property taxes are a burden for many Granite Staters. We hear that. I hear that. I talk to your taxpayers every day in and day out. And I tell you, it's really getting to the point where we are the people that listen, and we offer them the opportunity to be heard. And what we're seeing more and more of right now is there's an uptick in reassessments. And what's happening is, in the reassessment field, you have people that it's an aging profession. People are aging out, they're retiring. Some of them might come back and contract with a couple of companies for part-time work, but that's going to be short-lived. The reality is, when I call DOT and folks over there in the right-of-way division, they're telling me they can't even get appraisers, and they're contracting with an out-of-state firm just to do, and if you read the Union Leader this morning, that was on the front page. That I had never heard of, and their appraiser list, I asked for it for purposes of contracting, and they said, well, we'll give it to you, but don't bother because most of them are retiring. That's great, but we still need those services. So we're going to try to we're hoping to be, if we could keep the position, to be able to reclassify it, to do more investigating, data collection, doing analysis on spreadsheets. Our reassessment cases, we have all heard that the commercial properties are not appreciating like the residential. You have some towns that cannot. We have, and I will use the town of Colebrook as a prime example. Colebrook cannot find an assessor. They cannot find a contractor. No one wants to go up and work up there. They're now exploring a tri-town approach where maybe like what we have over on the other side of the state, where New London, Sunapee, and Newbury, I was going to say the tri-towns, that works well for you guys. Colebrook is trying to do something with other towns to get an assessor. So you either have people, if you're down in Manchester and Nashua, they have in-house assessors. They're paid very well. Then you have contractors. You have some local companies, and you have some out-of-state companies. Out-of-state companies do things, maybe a little bit differently too. So there's a blend, but we're there. The board is there to make sure when those revals and those studies get done and something seems out of skew, we need the technical skills to be able to paw through 23,000 sales and figure out what happened. And when you take a city like Nashua, who had, it was over 60,000 sales one year, That's a lot. And we need that, but we have to be creative with how we do it. So that is our hope to keep the position. Otherwise, we are 90% general funded. We are not net positive. Our filing fees, we could never be self-funded. We are 10% highway funds. That is for the work. That percentage does fluctuate. When I was first here in 2002, it was 20%. It's based on how many appeals of eminent domain are filed. And we're picking up back with the widening of 93. We widened up to exit 3 anyways. And now we're starting to do the new 4A ramp. So we're seeing more takings. This appraiser position, we would use on eminent domain as well. And that was also very helpful for that. So we are seeing an uptick in cases. Our caseload is usually roughly, we gave you a chart just to show you over the last 10 years.
Yeah, let me ask about that chart.
Yep.
So this is 360, 350 or so cases per year. Are these cases filed or cases where the full board made a decision?
These are filed by taxpayers.
These are filed?
Yep.
Okay. Because my understanding is that in a lot of cases, they're settled on the courthouse steps, sort of, right? I mean, that before you get to a full hearing and decision, the parties settle frequently. Is that right, or is that wrong?
We've always had roughly, on average, a 68%. We've held pretty firm on that, 68% settlement rate. The cases we're left to hear are the ones that need to be heard. They're either issues of first impression, might have an interesting legal issue when it comes to exemptions or the like. That's definitely what we hear. Otherwise, we've had some complicated appraisal issues. We have had hydroelectric facilities, and I can tell you that we have had 12 weeks at a time of different versions of electric and generation facility cases. We have 2 weeks coming up in March for hydros. Again, those are complicated. Those take time. And what the board does is when the appeal is filed, our goal is to process that within a year, meaning by the time you get there till decision and final resolution, it's about a year. The court takes longer than that. But again, we're hearing from scratch. This isn't a record review. This is a full evidentiary. They're allowed to bring in evidence and witnesses and trial. You know, it is like because we have the same jurisdiction with the Superior Court, we run it very much the same in that way. But the complicated cases, the 100 about that they hear a year, they hear roughly 100. Cases are not necessarily resolved in 1 year. Some take multiple years. Reassessments could go on for 3 or 4 years because they're that complicated. I always have a rolling open case list of 700 to 800 appeals depending on the given year. When Nashua or Manchester does a reval, yeah, it's a busy year. But there's a constant, our filing deadline's in September, so there's a constant rolling docket. The docket never goes to zero. But the cases they heard are roughly 100 a year, and they have always been the ones that absolutely needed it.
Okay. So, and I understand the $65 filing fee hasn't been changed in 50 years. Is that right?
Well, last time we chatted, we sent over some data on that, and bear 1 second. Couple of things I can offer you. We attempted to change that in 2009 with House Bill 476 at the time, and that was in the 2009 session with representatives at the time, Betsy Patton and another person, Jack, but I can't think of his last name. Parts of the bill, there were 12 places in law where it addresses our filing fee, and all of those did not change. But parts of the bill, we were trying to change the quorum and a couple of other things because at the time, eminent domain, part of the 90% of the filing fee went back into the highway fund. That is no longer the case. So we tried to get that changed in 2009. It did not go anywhere. Last time when we met last biennium, we gave an explanation of how the filing fees sort of work. And let me grab that. And I'm happy to provide that if you want. I brought copies of what we submitted last time to address that. But basically, the filing fees were because we, as Eric stated, we were a tax commission back prior to the 50s. The filing fees were based on how many owners. Then it went to a $40 fee. In 1992, it was changed to $65. That is where it sits today. Eminent domain has been $100 at least since we merged with the Eminent Domain Commission in 1983. So 65 and 92, that's where we're at. We recommended $100. And in the last session, when we were here 2 years ago, we recommended maybe looking at assessments over, maybe drawing a line and saying anything over $750,000 of valuation could be one fee, and anything less than that could be something different. The board has its authority to waive its fees. They do that frequently with the elderly, low and moderate, and that
Right.
will always continue.
So my point is, how much is in dispute on the 100 cases that you're deciding?
Well, again, because the chart at the back of the letter shows you the almost 70 areas of jurisdiction that we have. They're not all necessarily valuation. Sometimes, especially with exemption, it's about what's income, what's not income. So I would really, I don't even know if we could get that out of a database to get you the data, but we see properties in all ranges. We had one the other day. What was that one? It was like less than 200,000. What was? Sorry.
We had a 60,000 very recently. So
Yeah.
Is that's the value of the
the
property?
value of the property.
So the amount of tax on this property is 1,800 or something like that. Okay. You're spending $10,000 a case on average to process these cases. You have 100 cases and you're spending $1 million, right? So it makes no sense to spend $10,000 on a case where 2,000 is in dispute.
Sure, I appreciate where you're coming from. I believe that the board's position is that we are supposed to be a low-cost alternative to the courts. I'm not sure what the court would tell you for their cost per case if they were to do the math the way that you've done it. But whether you're appealing a $60,000 property or millions of dollars in utility company assets, which we also heard this last year, then, doing an average like that, I'm not sure is
All
entirely
right, what is
fair.
your biggest case?
In the last year, the utility company assets out of Milton may have been the biggest case, and I'm not remembering the exact figure, but
I can tell you, last time we provided data, we had Granite Ridge versus Londonderry, 470 million.
Okay.
That was 2022 tax year. And just to further clarify, on our Form B, when we submitted the budget, we estimate our current baseline of appeals cost to process is $2,032. Our target in fiscal 27 would be roughly over 2,400 when we do the math.
But that's only when you count 300 cases, not the actual 100 that are being decided.
Oh, sure. It's the average. It's actually based on 400, an average of 400
right,
filed. Yeah, because even though they don't get to hearing, they can still be processed in a queue doing other procedures. We don't just go to file to hearing. We have other things that get done, and that could take up to 9 months before they get to hearing. So there is still processing of these matters, regardless if they settle at the 11th hour.
Okay.
yes, and just like in Superior Court, they are entitled to discovery. And we have in property tax appeals a mediation requirement because it is state policy to encourage settlement of adjudicated matters.
Now, when you have a $400 million case, how much is in dispute? Is it one side saying it should be 390 and the other one says it should be 410? Or is it 400 versus 200 or something like that? What is the...
I think it can vary pretty significantly.
Yeah.
Sometimes I've seen commercial properties where, they could be arguing over, it could be $1 million difference, it could be $20,000 difference. It depends on the appraisers. which witness is more credible and which methodology of how they got to their value the board finds is the most credible way to value the property. It really does depend. But there is always money on the table with the commercial properties for sure.
Okay. Can you get us more like a chart that shows in ranges? You know, we had 20 cases that were up to 100,000. We had, you know, another 10 cases that were up to 200,000 and so on, you know.
Yes.
500,000 to $1 million, $1 million to
Yeah.
5 million, you know, whatever.
Yeah,
like that.
I think that's exactly what we did last time, and I'm happy to re-update exactly what we sent. We broke
Okay.
it down into 4 ranges, going from 250,000 to $1 million, and Granite Ridge was 470. That was an outlier, obviously. I'm not sure what the hydros are valued at, but
All right,
I'm
Representative
happy to
Wyman.
do that.
Yeah, you went from a fairly low volume court to one that's become very controversial. The Ossipee decision about not being allowed tax exemption just by being a charitable organization was seized by some assessing company, went around to all the towns in my area saying, we can make you a lot of money by getting rid of these tax exemptions. They came to my town, they got rid of 24 tax exemptions just on the strength of that decision, which is not a court of law. And now I'm fighting this battle for my organization, which wasn't tax exempt because of being a charitable organization, but because of an exchange they made with the town, which the idiots in the town didn't bother to read the reason why we had a tax exemption. They just said, oh, you're a charitable organization, we're taking away, and they sent letters to 24 organizations with very little research on why we had tax exemption. I'm fighting it now, but this got way out of hand. Where's the appeal from this decision? And especially this company that's running around saying, oh, we'll make you a lot more taxes. It's just wrong. That suddenly blanket all 24 organizations that were tax exempt and get letters saying you're not, including churches, veterans organizations, all sorts of things. So this got way out of hand, and especially when it wasn't a court of law. So where is the appeal for this decision?
Well, I'm absolutely happy to have that conversation and explain what happened in that case. And I know when the board released that, we had several conversations with the Senate back a couple years ago when that happened. And once sort of, I don't know if you've read the decision, but I'm happy to discuss that. Okay. Okay. Well, we're, the board at that point, again, was the exemption laws, Chapter 72 in particular, is one of the most difficult tax laws that I've personally ever read. It's very in need of overhaul, and we've been trying to work with some representatives on that to bring a bill forward to try to streamline the process. But this was about entities getting charitable exemptions without following the statutory requirements.
Well, it turned out that of the 24 that were denied, I was one of 3 that always filed every year. The other 21 never bought 5. They claimed because they hadn't done a letter. Select saying you've got 5.
All right, Representative Griffin?
Yeah, thank you. The letter that you presented to us says that the board has 4 key areas of jurisdiction. And does that chart include all those 4 areas or not?
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, it comes out to about $2,400 a case.
Yeah, well, a case filed, but not necessarily a case finished. Anyways, Representative Ebel and then Representative Rung, and then we're going to have to move on.
Okay, just a couple of things. I think the whole concept of your group is that you provide a lower cost alternative to people that are trying to appeal tax decisions rather than going to the courts. So even though we're talking about the costs, it still would be a lot less than what it would be in the court. And you have to give people some sort of recourse, right? And to the person that has $60,000 home and is questioning $1,800, that's still a lot of money to them. So that's just a comment. Did you say that you had a handout there that had fee information?
I do. It's
on it? I
2
mean-
years old, but I'm happy to provide
I
it.
mean, I don't know. I wouldn't mind seeing it. I think it's interesting to
Mm-hmm.
discuss the fee issue, seeing as they haven't been raised since whatever you said, 1992. Yeah, and then the other thing I wanted to ask you, just in the context of what the chairman just said, what is the opportunity to appeal from the Tax Appeals Board to Superior Court? Or or does it cut off, or what's the process?
No, the appeal from a board decision in 3 of the 4 areas is to the Supreme Court.
Supreme Court.
In eminent domain matters, then they can appeal to the Superior Court for a de novo trial there. So there would be 2 bites at the apple before going to the Supreme Court in the eminent domain procedure.
Okay, so their opportunity is not cut off at the,
Correct.
thank you.
And if it would be helpful, I was in anticipation of talking about fees. I can talk a little bit about fees in other states and neighboring states if that would be useful information.
Does anyone do fees sliding scale based on the amount of dispute?
Yes, Massachusetts, I believe, does sliding scale starting at $65 and going all the way up to $500, depending on the value appealed.
Yeah, still a tiny amount of money. Anyways, go ahead, Representative Rung is next.
All right,
and then we're
I
gonna
have
move on.
2 questions. One, is there, if someone's disputing their assessment, how many of those cases may settle at the municipal level? Do you have, before they even have to go to you? It seems as we can solve more problems within that municipality to spare some of the disputes that reach you.
So we do not actually have jurisdiction unless they have disputed their assessment at the municipal level and gone through a process there. So in order to even reach us, they need to have disputed the assessed value at the municipal level.
Okay, so you would expect that if municipalities had a thorough, maybe some appeals process or recourse at that municipal level, do you anticipate it might reduce the number of cases that come to you?
I think it would vary based on the thoroughness of the review at the municipal level. Sometimes there are multiple levels of review when there's been a reassessment where they have an opportunity for an informal hearing before even filing for an abatement. But I think generally speaking, I think the more thorough the process at the municipal level, the more they can weed out the cases that are easy to weed out without them being appealed to the state or to either the board or the court.
Okay, and then just one question. What are the qualifications for someone to be an assessor?
Do you know that?
Assessors are certified under, there's DRA rules that cover that, what they have to go to. There's classes, obviously, training, they have to come to a board hearing, they have to have mass appraisal background. I don't know off the top of my head. It's been a long time since I've looked at those. I know there's some rumor that ASB might be working on tweaking some of those and making it maybe, I don't want to use the word easier, but maybe changing some of those. But I'm honestly, it is a certification, and there are absolute criteria and quality buried in one of those rules that talks about what is required.
It's OPLC that oversees that.
Yeah, it might be now. I'm not sure exactly how. Yeah, that might have changed too.
I was just thinking of ways we can encourage more people to go into that field.
Yeah, I've heard people going to high school fairs, believe it or not, trying to promote it as a career because it's not known. So,
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Right, so we have to move on to the Housing Appeals Board. Thank you for coming, and we may talk again. So let's see, they are on page 103. Hi.
My name is David Rogers. I'm the chairman of the Housing Appeals Board. With me today. My name's David Rogers. I'm the chairman of the Housing Appeals Board, and with me today is our clerk and administrator, Elizabeth Bernard. We are here to provide some information about our budget. I will start off by saying that we are in agreement with almost every aspect of the governor's proposed budget and the rider. We provide a alternative hearing process to the Superior Court in cases of appeals, largely from local municipal zoning boards of adjustment and planning boards. We provide a 3-member board, one attorney, which is myself, and then there are 2 other members with extensive backgrounds and experience in both engineering and planning. So we provide a level of expertise that may not be available at the Superior Court level, which is the companion alternative appeal process for litigants. We have also a level of experience that a judge at the Superior Court level may not have, and we are not redirected or given other tasks to complete, which a Superior Court judge may encounter in the course of their work. We are
Didn't your
also-
last chair become a Superior Court judge, or was that
He was not the chair, but yes, Michael Klass is now a Superior Court judge, and I understand he's been there just about a year. I've been on board as chairman with the board since March of last year, so I'm a relative newcomer, and this is my first time before you folks, so
Okay.
please bear with me, but I'm glad to be here and to
So
explain
some
our
judges
issue.
have experience, right?
Excuse me?
Some judges have this experience, right? So-
Yes, and he does when he's not hearing criminal cases or other
Yeah, right.
other competing
Okay.
factors. So we have a well-comprised board. Ms. Menard has been with the board since its inception several years ago and is my go-to person when it comes to all things logistical and historical, great institutional knowledge and invaluable to our board. We provide a speedier hearing process and decision-making process. Our appeals are taken to the Supreme Court, and in the course of the existence of this board, there have been approximately a dozen appeals to the Supreme Court, only been overturned twice. So that's a fairly decent track record, even though I have very little, if anything, to do with that personally. We are it's a seasonal board in a sense. A lot of planning and zoning board hearings at the local level are held more during the building and construction seasons in spring, summer, and fall. So we have received thus far this year 4 appeals, but we anticipate receiving significantly more as time goes by. We also provide a lower cost alternative for litigants to come before us and file their appeals from various zoning and planning boards. We also do not, and we are not, we are directed by statute to not substitute our judgment for that of the local boards. I know just what I recall reading about the creation of the Housing Appeals Board was that there was some concern that it would become a state level decision maker as opposed to a local level one. And that has, we are adamant about avoiding that appearance and taking that route. We do not do that at all. We simply review what happened at the lower level, determine if it's reasonable and lawful. If it is, we will generally affirm what happened. If not, we send it back for them to redetermine and on remand to rehear the case. So that's more or less where we're at financially in terms of the budget. We were able to reduce meet the 4% guideline from last fall, and we are prepared to move forward with the budget as addressed by the governor in her budget rider.
Thank you. So how many cases per year and what fees are collected?
The fee is $250.
250.
The filing fee is $250. That's an all-inclusive fee. That doesn't cover attorneys representing parties or anything like that, but our fee is $250. And we, on average, we get somewhere in the neighborhood of 25 cases per year.
Correction.
I'm sorry?
Over 30.
30
Closer to about 33 cases per year.
33 cases, I'm sorry. So again, we try to be as efficient as we can with these and hear them promptly and render decisions in a prompt way. Given the makeup of the board over the last year, there was a couple of openings on the board for a period of time that disrupted things a little bit, but we have now gotten back on track quite well and are moving forward efficiently.
Do you have any appraisal experience?
I could tell you what a baseball card's worth maybe, but that's about it.
Okay. Representative Munns.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for joining us today. do you have any sense at all as to how much those 33 individuals filing cases with you or claims with you are saving by going through the appeals, the housing appeals process versus going to court?
I would have to do some research on that. I don't have a figure off the top of my head. I've been an attorney in New Hampshire since 1988, so I have been in private practice and have worked for the state since 2005 as a hearing officer in various agencies. I know when my first appointment was in 1993 by Governor Merrill to the Workers' Compensation Appeals Board, and I know that was created as similarly as an alternative to the court system, not only as a financial savings, but as a time and efficiency savings. It was years before they were getting hearings on workers' comp cases, and they created the board, and it was reduced to months, and it was quite an improvement. That board exists to today. So to answer your question, Representative, I would say that there's a significant enough savings. I mean, many of the litigants have attorneys. The towns obviously have lawyers representing them, and then I would guess it's upwards of probably 80%, 75 to 80% of the appellants or the applicants have lawyers representing them. But again, the length of the proceedings, the amount of discovery that goes on, again, we're a review board. So unlike the BTLA that you just heard from, we don't have evidentiary hearings. We don't have witnesses. We don't have testimony. There isn't discovery and that sort of thing that drives up litigation costs typically. So I would venture to say that it is a more cost-effective and time-effective manner of appealing a local decision.
If I could.
Follow up? Oh, go ahead.
If I may piggyback off of that, on average, it takes about 5.5 months from the date that an appeal is filed with our board to when a final decision is rendered. So that's a significant cost savings in legal fees, I would say, compared to probably going through the Superior Court where your appeal could take, I don't know, maybe a year or two to conclusion.
You may have 5.5 months go by without even seeing a courtroom.
And I assume that in your case, there's very few settlements. Is that right?
What we've seen, there are occasional settlements. That's accurate, generally speaking. Often when we get a hearing, we remand it, then there will be a settlement at that point because they don't want to necessarily come back, or at least they have a sense of what a third-party adjudicator would do, and they can look at their case a little more objectively usually.
So there are some. Okay, Representative Munns, follow up?
Yeah, no, I guess where I was going is that, you know, if you've got 33 cases a year and your annual budget is about, you know, $550,000, you know, that's about $15,000 to $20,000 per case. And presumably that would be that, I guess I'm trying to get a handle, is that the kind of expense that all parties involved in a proceeding would typically spend?
I would think it could approach that
Okay.
in total, you know, between a municipality and a.
Yeah, and I think it's
appellants.
important to look at both parties. I
Absolutely.
didn't mean
And-
just
and
the
the cost of
claimant.
attorney's fees and
Yep.
the drawn-out nature of these things, and again, the length of time. I think that's one of the biggest savings. It gives people a decision more rapidly than it would if it were limited to the Superior Court.
Representative Weiler?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What sort of decisions are you making versus what the tax and land appeals looks at? What's the nature of the dispute?
Yeah. Again, we were hearing appeals of zoning board cases, which are things like variances, special exceptions at the local level, planning board cases of, building development and things of that sort. So we site plan work. We don't get into the tax aspects of it. I mean, that may come up as a tangential thing, but we don't, that's not our focus by any means. It's more whether or not the local board has done what they are responsible for doing. And that varies from town to town. The municipalities have different ordinances, so we have to look individually at each case and determine if they follow their rules. And if they have, then generally, as I said, we will uphold what happened below. If they haven't, we'll send back some level of instruction and try to get them to follow their own rules better. And municipalities are often, I've had 12 years of experience on zoning and local zoning and planning boards in 3 different towns. And I found that there are personalities, to say the least. That's frequently an interesting and a healthy thing, and it brings different perspectives to the table. But sometimes those personalities get in the way of making a decision that is necessarily proper under the ordinance. So,
Certainly, sometimes in some of these cases, the records are quite voluminous.
yeah.
I mean, projects can span multiple years, and the certified records can be hundreds of pages long. And sometimes our decisions are 5 to 6 pages, and sometimes our decisions are anywhere from 12 to 13.
We had a hearing just yesterday that has nearly 1,000 pages of record that came up to us that we now have to review. So it can be a time-consuming process. That's not to say every single page is relevant and important as the other one, but we have to review that in order to determine that.
So that's the bulk of your time. It's not really sitting with the attorneys. That might be a day or something,
Yeah,
right?
the actual
But
hearings themselves are relatively short. They're like appeals before the Supreme Court. You know, you have an allotment of time. We'll have a representative from the town speaking, the appellant, which may be the person who had originally applied for a variance, let's say, or it may be an abutter, in which case you'll probably have 3 parties, the abutter, the property owner, and the town. And we allow time for all those people to be heard. But frequently, we're reviewing the record, and that's the time-consuming part of it. So when we get to a hearing, ideally, we're familiar enough with the case, having read through this stack of documents, that we can ask intelligent questions, if necessary, of the parties when they're before us. And that's largely what we do. And then we go away and we deliberate among the 3 of us as to how we want to proceed with this and come to a conclusion as a board. Now, sometimes it could be a 2-to-1 decision. It could be a dissenting opinion at times. I haven't experienced that personally yet, but I know that's a possibility, and I've had other boards that did that. But it's kind of remarkable how you can kind of come to a consensus. And again, remand is an effective tool to educate local zoning and planning boards as to what our take on their zoning ordinance is, and hopefully get a better result at the local level before they even reach us.
So at the present, you don't have any unfilled positions. All 4 positions are full. Is
That's
that
right.
Okay. And you're getting more computer work, it looks like, transfers to OIT.
Yeah.
Up
I
like
can let Elizabeth
3X or
explain that, but she was very instrumental in getting us a software program called Legal Files, which is used among other agencies in the state. And it's designed to be a case management and operations software program. We are also adding some new hardware, not a lot, but we hold our hearings in a hearing room that is equipped with WebEx, and it broadcasts not only locally, but anybody can log in and the public can see it. The hearings are open to the public. So we're trying to improve the quality of that broadcast as well.
Okay. Yes, Representative Buell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have just a couple of questions. So it's a 3-person board?
Correct.
Okay. And then, unfortunately, I don't have the RSA in front of me, but the RSA was very specific about the requirements for the board members to make sure that there are no conflicts. Have you been able to find people to sit on the board in compliance with the statute?
We fortunately have. In fact, one of the line items in our budget is for temporary board members who are appointed by the Supreme Court. We submit their name and request that they be seated in cases where there are conflicts of interest among board members, permanent board members, and we'll have a temporary member who will then stay with that case from outset to conclusion. And fortunately, we've been able to get, whether it be a land surveyor, professional engineer, planning person, we've been able to do that.
Because that's one thing that I've heard about the board, is that there have been some issues.
Well, there were, largely what happened, and I'll just try to address it briefly. Just about a year ago, when Michael Klass was elevated to a judicial position in the Superior Court, the former chairman also resigned around the same time. So there were at one point 2 openings, and the Supreme Court went through interviews. I was part of that process, was appointed by the governor and nominated and appointed by the governor in March of last year. A 3rd member, Stephanie Verdile, was appointed in April. So we've had a full board since then. I will say there's a bit of a learning curve. There's a getting up to speed with the procedures and the all the various regulations and things that go along with it. But as I mentioned earlier, we are in a very good position right now compared to where we were just a year ago. And that's, I guess partly my fault because I'm a warm body who's shown up at the hearings. But we have a complete board. And for the most part, our board has been intact. But we do address conflicts of interest, and we take those very seriously. Recusal is not something that we are, we refuse to do just because we have a pride factor involved there.
Yeah, as I say, under the RSA, there were certain requirements for the people that were hired.
Yes.
So that was part of in addition to just the issue of recusal, just the question of whether those qualifications were met. But as I say, I don't have the RSA in front of me, so I just had the question. The other thing is, do you have any sense at all of how many people are seeking the Housing Appeals Board venue for their appeals of local decisions as opposed to just going to the Superior Court?
I don't personally have statistics on that. I would suspect, if I were advising a client who had an appeal they wanted to raise, I would probably recommend the Housing Appeals Board just because it's more expeditious and efficient. Elizabeth, did you want to add anything?
Simply to your question, Representative, RSA 679-8 governs temporary board member appointment, and you are correct. So the person who's appointed in place of a permanent board member has to have the same qualifications for that board member who recused themselves.
And we do have a list of a dozen or so people that we call on, attorneys, professional engineers, land surveyors.
We've been very fortunate in that.
So is there a fair amount of money for consultants or something like that in the budget? Or if you got all these side people?
I'm sorry, Representative, are you referencing perhaps our Class 50 personal service temporary appointees?
Yeah, there's not much money there. And I don't see consultant.
We've been fortunate, I would say, in that the number of times board members have had to recuse themselves has been limited in the past, with, of course, the exception where we lost 2 of our board members right around the same time last year. So I think that this is a fair estimate for necessary funds to cover our temporary board members.
Gotcha.
And to that effect, RSA 679-8 also governs compensation for temporary board members, and they are paid on a per diem rate at $75 whopping dollars a day.
All right. I think
Well, I'm glad you think that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess I was on the wrong page. All right. All right, other questions? No? No? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Probably not, but I'm not ready to accept this. Go ahead.
Could we have a little, most of the folks that come in here and talk to us, they have something that has some statistical information on it. If we could just have a little more information about the number of cases you have and that sort of
I'd
thing.
be happy to
I think
prepare
that
a
would
summary
that would be
document.
really helpful rather than we're just operating sort of in a vacuum.
As a lawyer, I was hoping you would ask because I love
Well,
preparing.
I'm a
written
lawyer
things.
too, so
So
there you
good.
go.
So I can
wanna
write it in
see
legalese
the
and you'll
paper.
understand it. That's good.
Right,
Yeah.
and just as far as my question about the qualifications of the board members
we'll
and
make a
that
point
would
to
be
address that.
helpful.
Yes.
Thank you.
And is it an outcome necessarily for the town, for the applicant, or is there sometimes, split the baby kind of thing?
I guess splitting the baby is what a remand would do. And we have a choice with remands. We can vacate and remand, meaning we wipe out the entire decision and say, start all over again. Or we reverse and say, well, it's not really right, but, try again. And we're getting to a point where we're trying to be a little more direct in instructing a zoning board of where we feel their shortcomings were, or a planning board. That is up to them to, incorporate into their decisions and their rehearing process. But yeah, we're trying to do some education. In fact, a few weeks ago, we met during the employee meet and greet with Governor Ayotte. And we mentioned, we said we were all there, all four of us, and she was very encouraged by our presence and the board's role. And what she thought would be important of us educating local municipalities as to the zoning board and housing or planning board process, where that would encourage development more at the local level. We don't take, as I say, a direct role in telling towns exactly what to do, but we can give them some education and directive as to how we analyze things and review things, and then hopefully they can address that at the local level.
Okay, so when you give us a table, make it, there's a column which is outcome for the town, for the applicant, for remand.
Yeah.
With reversal, remand without, or whatever, however you want to do
We
it, but,
will- we will
you know.
certainly sit down and do
Okay,
that
great.
for you, yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
All
thank you.
right, so we're going to recess until 2:45 in the executive council. 158. And we'll, isn't that on 158?
Yep,
158.
yep, there it is.
It says Executive Council, kind of the middle of the
Halfway
page
down.
there, yeah. All right, let's welcome our Executive Counselor.
Good afternoon. My name is Megan Rose. I'm the Executive Assistant for the Office of the Executive Council.
So what do you do? Everything, okay.
So I provide administrative assistance to all of the executive counselors, and when it comes to their roles as employees of the state. Like, we don't have anything. That's myself and one part-time person in the office, and we have nothing to do with the political aspect of their job, but just the state aspect of their job. So we do the budget, we do office purchasing, we help with any of their paperwork or needs that they have in the office that have to do with state stuff. We help with the meetings, things of that nature. I provided for you all today and yesterday, before my appearance here today, just a presentation of our office that kind of explains what the makeup of our office is, which literally is the 5 executive counselors. They're all elected. And then my position as the full-time executive assistant, and then we have a part-time office assistant.
Can you explain, do you have this page 158?
I do.
Yeah. Can you explain, there's 3 lines. Is the part-timer the line 16? Is that?
Yes, hold on, and I can tell you exactly in my notes what. So let's see. Class 16 is the part-time office assistant budget.
Gotcha.
So the class 11 is the annual salary budget line for the executive counselors.
Right,
Class 12 is my annual salary.
right.
And then there's class 20 is our office expenses. And class 70 is the stipend the counselors get in lieu of a travel voucher and mileage.
Gotcha. Okay. And do counselors get benefits too?
They do not. They
No.
do not get benefits. It's one of those things where they could, but they would have to pay the full amount themselves.
I see. Okay, good. Did you get married? Is that why your benefits went up so much?
No, the kids. I have kids, and something had
Congratulations.
happened, and I lost. And no, they're all grown.
Oh, okay.
So something had happened, and they ended up. One of them got removed, and I was like, well, that's not going to work. So I had to put them all back on because it'll be a while before they reach 26.
Gotcha. Okay. All right, any questions? I don't see any. No? I don't think there's much we can do with this one. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, why don't you?
How
all right.
often is the redistricting?
The redistricting is every 10 years in conjunction with the census.
Yeah.
So the map you have in there is our most recent.
All right, I'll recognize Representative Ebel for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to move that we approve the budget of the Executive Council as presented.
I'll second it.
Okay. Any discussion? All right, shall we show of hands? All right, unanimous. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
All right, so we're going to come back at 3:15 for Right to Know Ombudsman. Okay. Boy, we're really getting into the weeds here.
Welcome to Division 1. Right to know, but I didn't even know such a person existed.
You did? It's 170,000 a year.
Jeez. Well. Oh, I didn't remember. How quickly they forget.
right to know ombudsman, assuming he's here. And there he is. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, sir. So please introduce yourself.
Well, I am Thomas F. Kerr of the Office of the Right to Know Ombudsman, also known as the RKO. As a matter of fact, I'm the entirety of the agency known as the RKO, which is that too, which is relatively new and busy office for a new agency anyway. Thank you for having me here today, and maybe I'll have the simplest but one of the most perplexing agency budget presentations that you've had. I first staffed the office on January 27, 2023. It's presently set by law to expire on July 1, 2025, unless renewed, funded, and staffed by me or another appointee prior to that date. That being the case, the budget under consideration is for a period when the agency might or might not exist. There's currently a bill in the House, House Bill 111, which, if it's passed, would extend the life of the agency for 2 years. That came out of House Judiciary ought to pass with amendment. I know the committee's had a busy day, so I will actually be brief and turn the page.
Did the amendment change the?
It didn't change the extension of the agency for 2 years. It addressed some of the things that I could do. I believe that it said that it would not have the authority to award attorney's fees. It also specified that people that appear before me who are not attorneys aren't subject to problems for the unauthorized practice of law. Those two things are added.
Right, thank you.
So I'm a quasi-judicial agency existing in the executive branch, charged by the legislature with resolving disputes between a member of the public and a governmental or a public body or public agency regarding disputes that arise under RSA 91A, which is the right to know law. I won't describe all that entails, but I brought with me copies of my office's first annual report, which actually covers activities from when the agency began until December 31st, 2024. As of this morning, you can also find that online. The portions of the report that briefly relate to agency budgetary matters are at pages 8, 14, and 35. As to the budget that's been proposed, I appear at pages 125 and 126, the governor's recommended operating budget. The primary expenses of my office are my salary and benefits. Current expenses requested for the biennium that you're looking at now are $3,000, $4,000. That's primarily for postage and miscellaneous office supplies. I now have my own administrative rules, my website, but it's been my experience that the nature and the functions of my office are sometimes misunderstood. And I spend a good deal of time addressing email and walk-in inquiries, which poses something of a difficulty for a one-man neutral decision maker. One of the things that was raised in the course of public comments during my rulemaking with my agency rulemaking is that it would be generally helpful to produce something like a user's guide explaining what my office does, how it functions, and its processes. Administrative rules are out there, but administrative rules have to be written a particular way, and sometimes people find it a little daunting to get through. So the suggestion was that I create a user's guide. In this budget, there is a request for funds to retain an independent contractor or a legal intern to assist in the creation of a user's guide and potentially aid in some other operations of the office, such as answering a lot of inquiries that I receive. There, you'll see that there is $1 allocated for personnel services, and that's so that there's a line for potentially a part-time employee should it ever be determined that the state budget could absorb that. Ideally, the office, if the office is to continue into the future, it ultimately likely needs at least one other person capable of performing all of my functions on at least a part-time basis. And I say that because I'm a one-man neutral decision maker. If I have a conflict on a case, I have to recuse myself from that case. There's nobody else that can pick it up. There might need to be a statutory amendment if that's to occur. at some point, because it says that the ombudsman makes decisions.
So this is a full-time job, right? Why would you have a conflict?
It's a little more than a full-time job, yes.
But why would you have a conflict in that case?
If something happens in the case and I don't believe that I can address it fairly, I have to recuse myself. If I was involved with one of the parties, I would have to recuse myself, financially involved primarily.
Oh, you mean like your brother had a case? or
Yeah,
something
like
that?
a real conflict of interest. And I did. I had one case in which I did not believe that I could judge a case fairly based on the things that happened in the case. And I had to recuse myself. And the question then is, what happens? And I said, well, it's a new agency. I guess we're going to find out because I have to recuse myself. If I'm subject to a lot of codes of conduct as an attorney. And if I'm off, I'm off. So that's one of the things. And another individual would also be able to assist in things like getting out basic notices, things like that. But I did not put that in as a request here because I understand that this is a budget that is focusing on reduction rather than expansion. But ideally, that and an administrative assistant would probably be of great use to my agency, or to me personally, which is basically the same thing. Well, I just wish I wanted the committee to be aware of that. So what I'm requesting here is consultant expenses for basically the user's guide, some additional assistance, and some of the other things that I haven't been able to get around to. Maybe an intern, maybe that help get people a little bit more informed about what I do, maybe spread the word about the agency. You'll see that in my budget, there's no allocation for things like office expense. Office space expense. That's because my agency is administratively attached to the Department of State. I operate independently of them, but they have assigned me space, which I would assume is absorbed in their budget as opposed to my budget. And right now I'm in room 12 of the State House Annex, down the basement. This budget assumes that my relationship with the Secretary of State will continue in that way. So that's why you don't see that in there. As to reductions, I have from the beginning, I have sincerely attempted to keep my office's expenditures to the bare minimum required in order to perform the job. In order to really attempt to identify the agency's most basic needs, from the time my office was first staffed until December 21st, 2024, miscellaneous expenditures other than postage amounted to under $5,000. With the caveat the Department of State has been picking up office space and so forth. At this point, I don't believe that the proposed budget is reasonably capable of much further reduction without eliminating me entirely. A couple of new items are found in there, requests for $500 in in-state travel. All my hearings in 2023 and 2024 have been held in Concord, sometimes to the annoyance of some of the participants. Last month, I did travel for a hearing on the road, and I'm considering doing that again in the future if it's warranted in a particular case. And at present, the travel that I would do for the agency is at my personal expense. For equipment, I'm hoping to get a lockbox for the filing of in-person fees for filing a case. My fees are $25. That's statutory. And also for filing of pleadings and so forth. Right now, people walk in and hand things to me, or the door, which remains unlocked. Folks come in and put stuff on my desk. So I'm hoping to get things like that, perhaps a backup recording device. Right now, I'm using a cassette tape recorder for my home, and with the tapes paid for by the state. And that's one of the expenses. But the recorder itself is mine.
Okay. You said fees are $25. How many
Yes.
cases a year roughly?
Since I have started, well, let's see, I could tell you that I divide my stuff into two categories. Inquiries, which is people contacting me about anything. It could be, I want to file this, I want to do that, I want to know how you work. It could be a press inquiry, it could be a right to know request itself. I've had 282 of those since I started. Of those 282 as of today, I believe it's 78 filed cases.
So the 282 don't pay the $25
No,
fee?
No,
right?
that's, no, they don't.
Okay.
The $25 fee just comes from the filed cases,
So
which
that's 78 cases over 23 months.
since whatever January 27, 2023 to now is.
Yeah, okay. Gotcha. All right. I guess that's even 2 years, right? Yeah, so it's slightly more than 2 years, 24 months.
Slightly. I started in the middle of a budget cycle.
Yeah.
So this is actually the first round of budgets in which I've had input.
Now, on these cases, do you always give a decision or do they sometimes settle?
Oh, a good number. One of the things, RSA 541A38 is, provides that it's really a policy of the state to encourage informal disposition of cases. And I try to encourage that. And I state right out that I encourage that. Usually if that occurs, it occurs at a pre-hearing conference or after a pre-hearing conference. Most cases end up at a pre-hearing conference, not all cases, but many. The other thing that I found is that the office's mere existence may help to resolve cases. And by that, I mean, I've had people, for example, that just CC me something they're sending to a governmental unit. And that way they know that something might happen unless they can resolve it. So, yeah, I'm not sure what the exact number is about the number that resolve themselves and the number that resolve with my input, but it's a fair amount.
Okay. Half, maybe, or something like
I really don't want to make a guess.
that. Okay, fine. So, how long, I guess, how complicated are these cases? How much time does it take you to deal with one?
I have to say that really depends on the case and the parties involved. The quickest anything has been in and out has been 8 days. I still have some cases from 2023. And it all depends on the cases and what happens in them. There, any case you can file motions of all different types, motions to compel, motions for me to do an in-camera review. As a matter of fact, my first case, which came in almost immediately, was to do an in-camera review. In that case, in-camera review means that I take a look at something that's been withheld and make a determination about whether it should be released. The first case that I had was 700 pages of redacted material that I had to sit down and go through and figure out whether or not each redaction was proper. On the other hand, there are some requests for in-camera review that is just a page, and that's fast. Sometimes it takes months.
So does the governmental agency that the person is having the dispute with always give you the information that the person wants, or not necessarily?
Not necessarily. It really depends on the case. Sometimes people are just complaining about and this is probably the most common complaint, is that there's not a timely response. And for that, those cases can get resolved pretty easily, even without me, just by saying that you might come talk to me, because the 5-day business day response period for doing one of the 3 things, that's an absolute. And those cases, I don't see anything.
Those are just inquiries, you mean?
No, those could be cases. And say, look, it's been over 5 days and I've gotten nothing. Well, that case is probably not one of my difficult cases.
Okay. So my last question is, can you estimate how many of the cases, the 78 cases you've had, would have gone to court had you not been here?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I really don't know. I mean, I imagine that some of the cases that I'm not sure if somebody would say, look, it's been a month and I haven't heard anything. I'm going to spend the amount of cost to go to court. Whereas they might say that they'll spend the $25 in order to come see me. But I couldn't really make that estimation.
I got you. All right, thank you. Representative Munz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming in. After you've made a ruling, what do you have in the way of enforcement mechanisms?
Well, my ruling is to be appealed to the Superior Court. I have the law that says you're supposed to listen to me. And if, I don't have a sheriff's department, I don't have contempt powers. I do have a power that says I can make a negative inference if someone fails to abide by things that I order. But that's a negative inference on paper. So ultimately, I have found that sometimes people say, I want you to order a witness to come in. My statute doesn't say that I, like a court, that I have jurisdiction over that person. I don't have subpoena power to go tell somebody from the outside to come in and sit in my office and I'm going to go get you if you don't. So I've got the strength of my personality.
Have you in your 2 years doing this job, have you taken anyone to court for not?
I don't. No, I issue my rulings. I don't know how many of my cases have been appealed. I'm not advised if a case is appealed. So I don't know.
I don't have a question. I just wanted to say I looked at the calendar. HB 111 is on the regular calendar for tomorrow. And it's recommended OTPA by a pretty large margin.
Anything else I can answer to you? I'm happy.
And I don't know if this falls within your purview or not, but I mean, one of the things that I've heard quite a bit of from particularly our local school boards is the voluminous amounts of requests for information that they're getting. Have you gotten involved in that at all? I mean, in terms of any cases, and I would imagine that somebody who's asking for the information might come to you and say, hey, they're not giving it to you. But do you get the school board coming to you and saying this is unreasonable?
Well, that's interesting. The way my statute is written, a complaint can be filed by a party aggrieved by a violation of 91A. That means that the governmental unit can't bring a case to me. Can't. The only one that can is a person that's aggrieved by a violation of 91A, and that's the governmental unit. So I've never had a case, any governmental unit attempt to bring a case to me, I assume because they've read the statute and they say, it looks like claimants can bring them, but I can't. Now, in the course of a case, of course, the governmental unit could say, look, this is just unjust, vexatious, and I want sanctions against that person. I've had that come up on a number of occasions.
Representative Leishman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks for appearing today. So I was just going through your report, which is I found pretty interesting, that most of the claimants, it says appear pro se without another representative, and then below that, I guess 7 claimants appeared through an attorney. So these are people primarily just coming in because they've got a complaint generally against the municipality as a rule, or?
One of the difficulties I have is a lot of right-to-know requests they stem from something else sometimes. There's some kind of dispute, underlying dispute, and the claimant might come in and say, well, I want this because I have to explain that I can't resolve the underlying dispute, only the 91A aspect of it. I'm not sure if that gets to your question, but.
No, it's a good report, though. There's a lot to it, so you've obviously done a little work. Look a little busier than maybe some of the other boards. You're all by yourself.
Anyway, so
I'm easy to find.
So back to this question of voluminous requests.
Mm-hmm.
So we've heard that sometimes people, there's no exception in 91A for the volume of stuff, right? But the agency is able to charge the costs of producing whatever it is.
Just
that
the
right?
cost, the actual cost.
The actual
Like
cost.
the copying costs, not the labor.
I see, not looking it up or whatever, is that what
No.
you mean?
It's just the cost. So you might find charges of 25 cents, 10 cents, $1, but it has to be cost-based without the labor.
Okay, so even if it's to produce 5,000 pages or something like
Right.
that.
I mean, there's been some adjustments recently to 91A that address that, particularly about emails and what you can charge for that. That's a recent amendment, 91A. I haven't had an opportunity to have a case on anything like that yet. And 91A gets changed a lot. And when people often say, well, what's that going to do to your office? I have no control over that. It's what it does to people on the outside, and if there's a dispute that's based on the amendment. So I don't know, change 91A and see what happens.
And as an unclassified employee, you have a contract, right, or not?
No, it's I'm an unclassified employee, which is I'm a labor grade GG on the unclassified system. It's
I see, so you're at,
basically salary.
you're at will, so if it ends.
No, I'm not at will.
Oh, no.
I'm appointed to a term which expires on July 1st, 2025, unless I get reappointed, which I might or might not. We don't know. And I may or may not have an agency. But until that time, that is my job and not at will.
Gotcha. All right, thank you. Representative Lund.
If you don't mind, just humor me with this, this line of thought that I was going on. Are there situations in other states where the role that an equivalent to you would be playing, where they would be looking at, kind of what I would call both sides of the information request? I mean, what I heard you say is that basically it's one-sided. It's the individual wants information from the government's not getting it, they have the right to appeal. But if they go to the government and the government thinks it's excessive, the government has no right to appeal.
Well, they can say in their case that my defense to what you have brought is that this is unreasonable, unjust, vexatious. They can make that as a defense.
But they can't bring a case. Are there other states where that is permitted? Or is that just not the way things are? I'm not a lawyer.
Certain
So.
if there are other states that do that. When I first started, one of the things I did is I looked around to other people that had a position like this, and the first thing that I found out is that there's a couple of different ways of doing things. There's the kind of the model that we have, which is called an ombudsman, but actually is a quasi-judicial official. And then there's other states that have an ombudsman, which is somebody that actually goes out and is more of an advocate, but not really an advocate. They try to assist the side. They provide more guidance to the people. I have to kind of remove myself from it and just look at it neutrally and say, okay, that or that. And I think I talked to Maine, and I think that Maine's the one that pointed out to me that this is more quasi-judicial in a lot of states. And sometimes that's confusing because of the title of the job. And I can understand how someone would be confused by the title of the job. And also when you look at the definitions of what I do. I'm not like one of my frequent first inquiries was whether I was the DHHS ombudsman in order to resolve their disputes with, people involved in medical things. I'm not. That's on my voicemail now. I have to say a lot there because when people call, because I've got a lot of ethical constraints. I can't really have a one-sided contact with one party. I have to remove myself a bit, which is hard to do when you're the guy that also has to be responsive to inquiries. Like the guy that has to be probably more responsive than most.
So do you have any sort of evidence that the creation of your office has improved compliance with 91A?
I don't know. I guess I'm trying to think of what I would use as a metric for that. Well, I guess the metric I would use is that I've driven myself out of business, and I haven't done that yet.
Okay. How about number of 91A cases filed in court?
Yeah, I know the court has that information, but I don't have it.
Okay. Melissa, we can ask for that? Yeah. All right, thank you. All right, other questions from the committee? No? All right, I'm run dry, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair. All right, we have about 5 minutes, and then we have. No, not yet. And then we have Public Employee Labor Relations Board. Mhm. Oh, yeah.
Just like the government, we're supposed to provide less more money than people work. I don't think so. You're the Rollins.
45, shall we welcome? Let's see. You are. Public Employees Labor Relations Board, please introduce yourself.
Good afternoon. My name is Doug Ingersoll. I'm the Executive Director of the Public Employee Labor Relations Board. I've been with the board since 2006. The board itself was established in 1975, so it's coming up on its 50th anniversary. The jurisdiction of the board relates to the administration of the state's public sector collective bargaining law, and that's applicable to public employees and public employers at the state, county, city, and municipal level. As you know, legislative employees are not eligible to form bargaining units. And the work of the board is carried out by a 9-member board, 3 members with experience in management, 3 members with experience in labor, and 3 who serve as chairs and represent the public interest. And whenever the board acts, it acts with a quorum with 1 from each of those categories. And the chairs typically are attorneys who have at least some experience in litigation, because when the board has to hear contested cases, that knowledge and skill set becomes very important. In addition to the board members, there are 4 authorized classified employee positions. 3 of those are filled currently. 1 is vacant. I'm in one of those positions. I also have a hearing officer staff attorney, and then I have 1 support staff person. In terms of activity level, and some of this is covered in the handout, we have averaged about 106 case filings over the past 5 years. And those are in categories such as new bargaining unit petitions, challenge election petitions, modification petitions, unfair labor practice complaints, declaratory rulings, as well as petitions for the appointments of grievance arbitrators and petitions for the appointment of bargaining impasse mediators and bargaining impasse fact finders. We've averaged about 270 decisions and orders over the past 5 fiscal years. All of these are posted on the board's website, as well as all orders dating back to 1976. We conduct, as part of our operations, we conduct pre-hearing conferences, status conferences, pre-election conferences, as well as the hearings themselves. The hearings are evidentiary hearings. We function like a trial court with a very specialized area of jurisdiction. And so the normal protocols that you would find in a regular court setting are the same ones that we follow. In other words, witnesses are called to present testimony. The questions posed to witnesses are subject to objections, which the board has to resolve. And then the board also receives evidence in the form of exhibits. Typically, after the close of every hearing, there is a period of time requested by the parties to file post-hearing briefs, which is their final opportunity to summarize and argue their case to the board. After that's done, a decision will issue either by a hearing officer if the case was heard by a hearing officer, or a decision will issue by the board. If it's a board decision, I sit with the board. They tell me what their decision is, and I write the decision. The hearing officer writes, and I do sometimes sit as a hearing officer, but the hearing officer writes their own decision. All such decisions, whether by the hearing officer or the board, are subject to an internal review process. If it's a hearing officer decision, there's 2 levels of review: a motion for review, which the board looks at, and then the board's decision on that motion is subject to a motion for rehearing. The board's decision, if they hear the case in the first instance, is subject to a motion for rehearing. And all of these motions are the opportunity for the board to review the decision, to consider arguments about the possibility that there are errors in the written decision, and to address and correct those, including scheduling further proceedings. After that process is complete and the decision becomes final, the decisions are subject to a Rule 10 appeal to the State Supreme Court. Those are discretionary appeals, but I think since 2010, the court has accepted almost every single appeal that's been filed. And in terms of other activity at the board, the reason for the board's existence is so that employees can organize, form bargaining units, and negotiate contracts. And the parties, when they settle a contract, are required to file those with the board. We maintain an inventory of those contracts. They're published on our website, along with a list of all bargaining unit certifications. And I have included a table on page 4 of the handout with some detail on bargaining units and current contracts. But the major takeaway from that is that 93% of the contracts that we have on file are current. And by that, I mean the contracts have not yet reached their stated expiration date. The 42 that have expired mostly consist of contracts that expired in 2004. A fair number of those expired December 31. Another popular date, and this is in the education setting, is June 30th. Sometimes there's a lag in when successor contracts are negotiated and approved and when they get filed with the board. So I anticipate over the next 6 months, we will receive a fair number of current successor contracts for the 42 expired ones in our current inventory. Historically, during my tenure with the board, a 93% current approval level is very high. So the system seems to be working. I think on
Say that
the,
again, what do you mean by 93% approval?
so of the contracts listed in that table, 93% of them are current. They haven't reached their stated expiration date. 42 of the contracts have reached their expiration date. Most of those expired in 2024. So for example, a contract.
Oh, you mean, so a certain number of people are operating without a contract? Is
Well,
that what
they
you mean?
operate under the status quo doctrine.
Yeah, yeah.
They continue to operate under the terms established under the contract.
Sure.
So, and I'm suggesting that there actually may be successor contracts in place that have not come into our office.
What did
And
you mean by a pre-election hearing?
So one category of cases that we do has to do with either new bargaining unit formation or unions challenging another union to represent a bargaining unit. And there are preliminary proceedings to first determine a bargaining unit if necessary. Sometimes they're agreed upon. And if a case is approved for election, because we have to hold an election to determine who, if anybody, is going to represent the bargaining unit, we use the pre-election conference, which is a meeting involving the union and the public employer and my staff to decide when the election's going to be, where it's going to be, how long the polling is going to be, whether it's going to be on-site
I get
or
it.
mail ballot.
Okay, Representative Mundt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming in. What is the overlap or boundaries of responsibilities between you and the NLRB?
There is no overlap. The National Labor Relations Board is responsible for collective bargaining for private sector employees. Public sector collective bargaining is determined by the states. So
But it's a similar function, I guess, is that?
it's similar, but the infrastructure and the way the National Labor Relations Board operates is very different than the way at least most of the boards like ours in New England function.
Gotcha. Representative Rung.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for taking my question. I'm assuming under municipal, as far as the employer type, that includes school districts?
Yeah, so, right, and that's also true for the cities. So it would include school districts, it includes law enforcement, it includes firefighter bargaining units. There are actually about 305 education contracts on file with us. Some of those cover teachers, some of them cover paraprofessionals, some of them cover administrative staff, some of them cover people who work in custodial type positions. But those are not broken out in this table.
I'm not seeing any money in this page for the board. Are they paid or not?
No, well, that's one of the things I wanted to get to, but the board receives a per diem, and if you turn to the last page, I included a couple of notes, and note 5 addresses this topic. When the statute and the board was created in 1975, the per diem per day was $25. It was increased to $50 in the mid-1980s, I believe in 1985, and hasn't changed since then. So for 40 years, the per diem has been $50. This year, I have included a request to increase that per diem to $250, which I believe is consistent with the change from 1975 to 1985, as well as other economic considerations. So for the class 50 expense, if I was working up a line based on a $50 per diem, I would have put 2,000 in that line. I put 10,000. And I have also requested an amendment to the applicable statute, which is referenced in Form E, I believe. So on the governor's budget request, they included the $10,000. But if my understanding of the trailer bill is correct, that's where the governor would include any necessary statutory amendments to implement.
No, we have the 10,000 in our budget, so.
It's in the budget request, correct?
No, but it's in the budget, House Bill 1.
Okay. It's a statutory fee.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, 273A2, Roman numeral 7, needs to be amended to change the number from 50 to 250.
I see. And that's not in House Bill 2 yet. Is that what you're saying?
It's not reflected in the governor's trailer bill based on my reading of that.
Okay. So Melissa or Jack, you make sure that, yes.
And I know I submitted several forms in the fall and early winter on this topic, I believe, to the appropriate people. So I don't know if it was a conscious decision or oversight.
Yeah, Melissa.
If you do have that language, if you could send that to me, that would be great.
Representative Griffin.
Yeah, so I was wondering, how many times a year does the board meet?
So the board physically will come into the office to hear an unfair labor practice charge. All the other cases are normally heard by a hearing officer. My goal, if I'm doing my job correctly, is to prevent that from happening as much as possible. So some years they're in the office more than others, but usually 10 cases or less a year. But they also deliberate on motions for review of hearing officer decisions on a fairly regular basis. They don't come into the office to do that. We do that using a video conferencing feature. But that would count as working on a case like that would count as a day. But you have to keep in mind when they get a case like that, they're getting the entire record of the proceedings, all the pleadings, all the exhibits, as well as the decision, and then the motion for review and the objection. So they have to spend time before they deliberate to understand what the issues are so they can make an informed decision. Obviously, I'm not able to police that, but I always staff those deliberations, and I'm always very impressed by the attentiveness that the board pays to these kinds of motions. They take their duties very seriously.
If it's $250 a day, that's only 40 man days for $10,000, right?
Yeah,
So, and you need 3 at a time.
Right. I think we're distinguished from some of the other boards. For example, the Board of Tax and Land Appeals, I think, has full-time board members. In our case, the primary responsibility for making sure that the operations of the PELRB are running correctly and smoothly falls on me.
Okay. Did I see another hand? No? Yes, Representative Beeble.
I just Thank you for coming. I just wondered if you had trouble getting people to serve on the board.
No, we currently have only 2 vacant positions. We have 2 chairs, 2 management, and 3 labor right now. So I haven't been actively recruiting, not that I recruit, but my normal strategy, and I did go through this 10, 12 years ago, is to talk to the other board members and who do you know, who do you know? And Chuck Temple had come on our board in 2010 or 11, and he had made some suggestions of people, he had come on as a chair and made some suggestions for some other board members, and we were able to get a couple other chairs to come on. And then Chuck subsequently went on to the Superior Court. And one of the individuals he suggested, David Burns, came on, and then he left, and he was put on the court. But since then, our chairs have been pretty stable. Availability is a big issue. That's why we have multiple board members. But if we give them enough advance notice, they're usually, because most of them are working, they're usually able to find space on their calendar. But they are never happy if there's a last minute settlement when they've blocked out time.
Are they appointed by the governor?
Yes, governor nominates,
Council?
executive council confirms.
And I assume there's no fees for these cases.
There's a $60 fee associated with the unfair labor practice complaint, and that's it.
Oh, okay.
I think the idea is we want to encourage both sides to use the board as a resource and not create any kind of financial obstacle.
And has that been in place for 50 years?
Since the beginning, yeah.
Okay. But the other cases are just as significant, right? Or even more so,
Yes,
right?
yeah, they have to do more with the administration and management of a bargaining unit once it's up and running. But there are no filing fees associated with that. So I don't know why the unfair labor practice was singled out for a filing fee. Maybe in 1975, $60 was cost prohibitive and it protected against frequent filing.
Has the number of cases stayed pretty constant over the years?
It fluctuates, but the numbers on average, and I have tracked since at least 2010, the numbers tend to stay pretty constant. I mean, you'll see years where you get quite a few unfair labor practices and you wonder what's going on. And then other times things will quiet down, but you'll see a surge in other types of cases.
Gotcha. Any other questions, Representative Leishman?
Just quickly again, the average number of cases a year that your board handles?
106 are the
106.
filings over the average over the last 5 fiscal years.
Thanks.
Representative Munns?
I just Googled inflation since 1975. And a $60 fee in 1975 would be worth $352 today.
Yeah, that makes more sense, I think. But anyway, all right. So, all right. Well, it's something anyways. All right. Any other questions? No? All right. No, we'll wait on this one. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So we're coming back Friday, I believe at 10. Oh, no, one, right? Because there's fiscal. Yes, okay. You'll be gone. Okay.
Really get to sleep.
Yeah.
Tomorrow we have a house session.
And tomorrow's house session, usual time. Yeah.
And I'll watch you next week on TV.
Okay, good.
Send them a text, keep them online.
Yeah. Make sure I keep them.